A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to start, so if you can put your phones on silent. If you can come a bit closer, fill up the seats in front, just so that we do still maintain the social distancing, but I'd like us to be a bit closer to each other. So if you're at the back and there's seats that are vacant in front, please do make sure that you move forward a bit. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. All right. A very good morning to you once again, ladies and gentlemen, all dignitaries in attendance, protocol observed. My name is Itumele Nkhosekgadi Khabanda, and I'm not alone on stage today. I'm with Kamu, who's said to be our interpreter throughout the whole morning. And I'd like to officially welcome you to the 6th edition of the Gauteng Women in Sport Dialogue. So thank you so much for being here. One thing I would like to request from you all is that we need to feed off each other's energy. So if you feel like you're going to want to clap, you're going to want to click your fingers, I want to know that you're with me, okay? Okay. We're here for the whole day. So if we could just be family. If you're sitting next to the person next to you, I hope you know their name. If you don't know their name, woo. Nah. Ask the person next to you, what is your name? At least just the name. I like it. So a bit more comfortable, yeah. There we go. I love it. I mean, this is South Africa, 11 official languages. Should I make it 12? But also, but also the fact that we are family, and the first thing that we do when we walk into places is we greet. So I'm glad that you officially know the person who's sitting next to you. Let's go through some housekeeping. The first one was I wanted you to know the person who's sitting next to you. And if you go outside, immediately outside the doors behind us, if you turn to your right, you will find the toilets. Just choose which sign that you're using. And then you may not eat inside the foyer. Please don't do so, but you're allowed to do so outside of the building. And then we are recording, so please kindly keep your phones on silent. And also, I want you to use your cell phone because we do live in a digital age and we are on social media. Do use the handle across all social media platforms. It is at Gauteng SACR and use the hashtag. We have 3 for this morning. It's hashtag her new normal, hashtag her sports story, and hashtag authored her own story. Got that? I'll say it throughout, so you don't have to worry about that. But it's weird how time flies. We're in 2022. For me personally, I don't know about you, but 2020 did not exist. COVID-19 took that year away. I don't know. That year needs VAR, it needs TMO. Someone needs to go see what really happened there. But the only way in which we're going to get over it is if we talk about it. And I want you to right now just think about the year 2020, the year 2021, because those were horrible years and they didn't happen. But we're going to finally let go of it today. So turn to the person sitting next to you and in one word, describe what those 2 years were to you. Probably got some weird words: horrible, dismal, terrible, unforgettable. But you know what? At the end of it all, you're still here, and I'm grateful that we all are here. Yes, we have lost so many loved ones along the way, but that's just the way life works. So I am grateful that I have you as part of my audience today, as we're going to have some exciting, insightful, and educational conversations to uplift one another. We're going to have panel discussions throughout the whole morning, and the theme for this year, as I said, this is the 6th edition. I mean, this brainchild started in the year 2016, right? And this year, finally, the theme is building her resilience for a new normal in the sport industry. Now, whenever I'm given themes or I'm given topics, the first thing I do, because I love teamwork, like I was that kid in school, I would always love teamwork. So I go out and I ask people, what is this? What do you think about this? What does it mean to you? You know? And at the end of it all, I also had to ask myself what this theme means to me. And I decided to break it down. And I broke it down into words actually. So I took the word building. And that for me is creating something with a vision in mind, all right? And then I took the word resilience. And that for me was the ability to bounce back quickly from hardships, right? Thought about 2020 a lot there. And the new normal for me was straightforward. It was something that is not the same. So essentially the new world that we live in. And the sports industry I defined as a man's world. And not a man's world as in a sense of Kamo's world, no. But man in a sense of as a people, because it is a man's world. So if you put it together, it's basically creating something with a vision in mind, with the ability to bounce back from the hardships in a new world that is a man's world. And that's how I see the theme. And when we think about it, we actually do need to adapt to the new normal. We are left with no choice. No choice. We had COVID-19, so a lot of people left the industry that they love dearly, which is the sports industry. And for the longest time, women have always been on the sideline. For the longest time, we have been on the back end. For the longest time, we have been marginalized. But it's conversations like this that I want us to continuously have, but not just have them. Let's also implement what we have or what we discuss in these conversations into our daily lives so that when we do meet again, we're like, okay, I heard this from this dialogue and I implemented it and this is how it worked or this is how it didn't work. And that's why I'm so excited that this year, for the first time, the Women in Sport dialogue actually is inclusive of men. So can you please give us a round of applause, please? And by saying that, it's not that we're saying that, okay, you're like, you're applauding a fish for swimming, but we're finally having the conversations with men who understand what it means to be a woman, because we're not saying that we want to take over a man's role within the industry. We're not saying that we want to be a man. We just want equal opportunities. We just want to have the same exposure. Yes, it's going to take time, but baby steps and we'll eventually get there. But as you can see today, we're hosted by VUT and we've walked into someone's home. And I did say that we are South African, right? And the first thing we do is we greet, but we also have very good manners. So to welcome us, I'd like to welcome Zinhle Dlamini to the stage from VUT to welcome us into their home. And yes, I need that energy. Can we please give her a round of applause? Because it is intimidating up here.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 6th edition of the Gauteng Women in Sport Dialogue. My name, as I've been introduced, my name is Ms. Zinhle Dlamini. I am here representing the Department of Marketing, Retail Business, as well as Sport Management. I would like to take this opportunity to actually acknowledge the Gauteng Department of Sport, Arts, as well as Culture. I wish to also express my gratitude to the Vaal University of Technology Management, as well as Professor Nobukhosi Dlodlo for the resilience and approval of this event. This prestigious event is set to boost the academic stature of both our staff as well as our student, being the Department of Marketing, Retail Business, as well as Sport Management. Not only will it boost our staff as well as student, it will also boost the community around us. So I would also just take this opportunity to say, please feel comfortable, ladies and gentlemen, as we speak sport today. Please remember that sport is a universal language, sport is a unifier, sport creates hope. So I wish that you may feel the impact of this physically and mentally empowering event today. Thank you very much, and I hand over to the program director. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Zinhle Dlamini. She said we must feel at home, must be comfortable. So I hope you guys are feeling comfortable. Finally, bar amogetse. Ka Setswana, that's what we say. As we move along, I'm going to welcome Gina Marie Kotsia, who is from the South African Sport Council Board. Well, she is the South African Sports Council Board member, but most importantly, she is the Gauteng Sport Confederation Women's Commission Chair. If we can give her a round of applause, please.
Good morning and welcome. Good morning to the ladies in the room and to the men in the room who advocate for women in sport. When we have these discussions, we're not talking only women in sport. We're talking about the men involved in women in sport who advocate for us and empower us and support us and help to fight our fights. We're talking about LGBTQI, disability sports, and differently abled sports. Good morning. Asanda, thank you so much for your wonderful introduction and welcome. It's very true that we have this history within sports of feeling we're in a male-dominated environment. But times are changing, and I think we forget at times. We think that we have grown leaps and bounds, but we need to keep having these conversations, because if you don't make it a priority, no change is going to happen. We have to keep prioritizing women in sport. Good morning to the Gauteng Department, Sports, Arts and Culture, the Gauteng Sports Confederation, members that are here, to the SASCOC representatives, all protocol observed. But most importantly, welcome to you, because you are the people on the ground that it's all about. You are involved with your sports, with your federations, in your sports organizations. You are doing all the hard work. These conversations need to be had today. I am the chairperson of the Gauteng Sports Confederation, a Women in Sports Commission. I'm also the vice president of the South African Wrestling Federation. I serve on the SASCOC Gender Equity Commission, and I was also a board member of the South African Sports Coaching Association. I have many, many years in sports. I started from the young age of 7. I'm telling you my story because as much as we think that we are unique in the sense of we have these very different circumstances and environments, we're actually so much more alike. You think that the issues you are facing alone. But when we have these conversations, we realize we are more alike and we can learn from each other, and we should share and network and have these conversations. And together we can move forward and grow and overcome the obstacles. From the age of 7, I was involved in kickboxing. And it started with my parents taking my brother for lessons. He wasn't interested, but I loved what I saw. They didn't want this girl here. I was still in a school uniform in my little kilot and my college shirt. I jumped in and I kicked and I split, and they just thought, okay, this girl's crazy. Tomboy, lesbian, you know how it goes. But that doesn't matter because it's in my heart. I loved what I was doing. I loved being physical and letting out how I was feeling and expressing myself. So When I was about 9 years old, I qualified for world championships, junior world championships. My coach said to me, I don't want you competing there. If you want to compete there, you'll have to go to another club. Immediately, my coach was threatened by my success as a young athlete. I went, and my father took over my coaching. I'm sure that some of you have already had these experiences, feeling like your coach doesn't want you to outshine them. Maybe you have a manager or a person in senior position over you, feeling like they don't want you to grow, they want to control you, keep it to themselves. From there, I went on to the next code of karate. I took part, I was too aggressive for them. I moved over to boxing. I competed, I was one of the first women who boxed in Johannesburg back then. I don't want to give away my age, but I'm a little older than I look. I remember working so hard to qualify for the Joburg team. I went to trials. No, we're not going to include you in the team because we haven't had women teams before. Try again next year. I didn't stop. I kept training. I was the only girl in the room, you know, red-faced, messy hair. You didn't fit in there. But you go with what's in your heart. You love being there, and you're passionate, and you work for it. I kept working. The next year I was in the Joburg team, first ever Joburg boxing women's team. What's next? Gauteng team. I kept working for it. Same thing. You qualify. They don't include you in the team because there's never been a Gauteng team before. I had to put in a whole next year of trying to qualify. And then eventually I made the Gauteng team. What's next? National team. Same story. But I didn't give up. Today, I'm involved in wrestling. From the one sport to the next, I progressed facing, what are you doing here? You don't fit in here. You're just a girl. This sport is not for you. The truth is that us as women in those sports were actually better athletes because of how we built. Not because of being powerful, because of the hips the Lord gave us, being closer to the ground. We have a better sense of gravity, better movement, and we have a better way of approaching things. That unique characters that we have make us good in what we do. Don't go with the stereotypical gender-defined norms that we have, telling you where you fit in, what you should be doing. Go with what's in your heart and keep pushing for what you believe in, and the doors will open. Passion leads the way. So, on to my presentation. I don't know if you can see it there. Sorry, just a moment. Okay. So, women in sport. Conversations we need to have. Look at every woman in the room, and what do you see? The positive influence that you have on your society. Social motivations and achievements through you. Having a stronger social commitment, because what you do for your family first, for your community next. And becoming a leader through your experiences, and through that, bringing your very unique leadership style. If you look at the women around you in the room, what do you see? You see women with a stronger sense of identity than the average, right? You walk through the streets with your shoulders a little higher, stomach in, chest out. You know that one. Higher self-esteem, positive. You are more assertive, standing up for what you want, what you deserve. You worked hard for it. And through that, standing up for positions that are available because you believe you are suitably qualified. You take the risk, and through that experiencing, hopefully, a higher sense of economic independence. And the woman in the room, you will find, if you have been involved with sports for a few years already, you stay involved a lot longer than the men in your communities. You are the mother, the sister, the partner. You are always there taking them to their practices, getting involved in the administration. You spend all your time there. The fathers, they go do their work, but the mums are there looking after the kids. You spend so much time there that you get involved. And even long after your children are grown and moved on, you stay involved. Some of you have parents, grandparents, sisters involved in sports in the same ways, and you will most likely follow suit. If we look at the next slide, through the Gauteng Sports Confederation, the objectives. We address the objectives by starting with the needs. We want an increase in gender equity in sport. We want to have better access to the resources. We want it more equitably distributed. But the truth is, we don't just want it because we feel we have the right to it. We want equal access through equal opportunities. Don't give me the title because I'm a woman and because there's a paper that says you need to appoint a woman in a position. You are qualified, you worked hard, you spent the time. So don't feel like you're being put in positions just for being a woman in sport. We want training and certification opportunities, because how many of these seminars and workshops do you attend and walk out with just the experience of the workshop? You are learning something today. When you stand up and speak, you are practicing your public speaking. You are practicing networking. And when you have the opportunity to speak, you are working on your presentation skills. So going forward, we want to walk out of these workshops saying, these are the skills that I acquired today. So you can add them to your CV and walk out of here with more than just a lunch pack. We want to increase opportunities for networking and development, as we have today. We want to provide a platform for mentorship and opportunities for recruitment. Look at the ladies in the room and who is more higher placed, who has more experience, who has the titles. Hey, what's your name? My name's Munira. Munira, what do you do? How did you get there? How can I do what you've done? And she'll point out something so small to you. And what you'll find is, actually, everyone is so approachable. We have this idea that they're not because maybe they wear high-heeled shoes or maybe they just have a nice body language when they walk, that you think they're a little above you. But the truth is, we're all human. Hey, what can I take from you today? Even myself, I'm here today to learn from you. Furthermore, as the Gauteng Sports Confederation, we have the opportunity to provide consulting services to organizations on matters relating to women in sport. When Zintle from the university here contacts me, we want to put together this commission. What do we need to do? We want to advise you, Zintle. If we look at the next slide, the opportunity. Through the Gauteng Sports Confederation, you know the structure. You belong to a club or a small organization, who belongs to a district, who belongs to the province, who slots into the larger national federation. You have to get involved from the grassroots level up. Through there, we want you on a database. Who are you? What's your level of involvement? Where will you be next year? We want to see you grow. We want to follow up. We want a platform through the database for women in sporting positions. What is your role? If you want to know who can I contact, who's the person in charge of marketing, who's the person in charge of sponsorships, or we want to have workshops, who do you speak to? Providing opportunities for further development and career progression. What are the needs that you have? Maybe it's basic sports club administration. How do I put together a budget or a business plan? Advise me, who do I approach to ask for funding, or what are the steps I need to take? And then further to consult and advise on existing and new policies in sport, as we do, fitting into the SASCOC structure and further within the department. Next slide, if we look at the execution strategy, forming women's commissions, gender equity commissions within each of these structures, starting from club level, provincial level, national level. Get involved at the lowest structure and work your way up. You can be a woman in sport or someone that you know has the qualities and characteristics required, or a man advocating for women in sport, LGBTQI issues, disability sports. People with a passion in sport is who we want there. You don't just want titles, it's important work to be done. If we look at the next slide, how do you know that you are progressing and showing growth as women in sport? Having one of these structures at every level, having more women involved every year within this federation, but more than that, getting you involved is one thing, but keeping you involved is a completely different conversation. You get involved to make the change that is needed, but you have to stay motivated, and your organization needs to look after you. So seeing you back here next year and the year after, that's what's important. That's what's going to show growth. Having women who are not familiar with the sports organizations get involved in sport. If they see the successes you are achieving, what are you doing? How can I get involved? And that way, growing the number of non-federation members who get involved within federations. Having more of these networking opportunities, consultations, workshops, conversations for women in sport. And through each of these commissions, increasing the number of services that they offer. In conclusion, my final slide, please. We have an opportunity. You have a platform to get involved and add value and have these conversations on these issues. Women in sport is not just a national priority, but a global priority. There's a global movement in women in sport. Don't think that we have already grown leaps and bounds. There's still work to be done. Identify career opportunities within these federations. They need administrators. They need secretaries. Start with a culture of volunteerism, doing it for the love and putting back, after all the years that your sport has given you, give back to your community. And doors will open for you. And ultimately, contribute to an active and winning nation. Thank you very much.
It's a bit windy up here. But thank you so much, Anna-Marique. Well, why am I calling you? Ooh, I'm sorry about that. Ms. Katsia, thank you so much for that. And I think one of the things that I took away from that is that we need to do the groundwork. There's no way in which we're going to cut corners. And also, as a woman, you're not doing it for yourself, but you're also doing it for the next generation. Unfortunately, you can't mess it up because we are such a minority within the space. You are doing it for the next person. So an opportunity that's given to you is not just your opportunity, but it's also for the next Itumileng. Another thing is that I took away from that is the fact that everyone is human. We need to share the information, but they can't just share the information if you're not willing to learn. So we need to ask the questions. And I think that's one of the struggles that as young people entering the sports industry we're scared to do, is ask the questions. And there's no dumb question. I know they say that a lot, but sometimes you're just like, I'm probably supposed to know that, but if you don't know, you don't know. And you will only know if you do ask the questions. Ask the questions, do the groundwork. And unfortunately, you need to start somewhere. You need to start somewhere. And there's so many avenues within the sports industry that we can all be a part of. It's not just playing on the field. It's not just being the media officers. It's not just being behind the microphone. But there's so many other avenues that we need to explore because there's so many opportunities that are available. As we move along swiftly, though, we have a next speaker who's going to come up. And what I love about this speaker is she specifically wrote down what I'm going to say about her. I love it. Own your narrative, own your title, and own who you are. Be unapologetic about that. As I do introduce her, I just want to make sure, is everyone still okay? Y'all good? Can I get thumbs up? Okay, there we go. Okay. Our next speaker is a Gauteng woman legend in sport. Her name is Doravuyelwa Mgwevu, and she was born in Motlhakeng. So if you are from the West Rand, best know that yes, there we go. She's going to represent you very, very well. In the year 1975, she went out to Mozambique. She came back in the year 1989, and she started running to date. That got me thinking about my life, because when I have to wake up just for a jog, I'm just like, She's been running since the year 1978, well, 1980, 1989. Did I just pull a Jacob Zuma? She is a former sports manager of the Gold Fields Mine, and she is the former CGA development officer. She is a former ASA board member for Athletics Commission, and she's the founder of ISMO AG in the West Rand. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Meto Ramkwev.
Hey, thank you, Asanda. I know your name. I just want to look who's here, who's not here. Those that are absent, I'm ticking my box. I'm gonna ask them why are they not here. Good morning, Sanibonani, Abusheni, Zimacheroni, Huyamora. I think in English I've said it. I greet you all in the name of sports and peace. Avoiding to offend other religions. That's why I say we are here in the name of sports. Honorable MEC, Ms. Mbali Klope, Director of Club Development, Marisa Rose, Director of Major Event, Pillar, members of Gauteng staff, Department of Sports and Recreation, coaches, athletes, players, all protocol observed, parents who are here as well that are invited. I would like to thank the Department of Sports and Recreation to give me this opportunity to be participating in this wonderful day. It is wonderful for us women because in most cases we are at the bottom of the list. So when I was given the theme so that I can come and speak about it, I got a little confused because it was so big. It's when you speak about resilience and writing your own story and the mindset and becoming who you are, I think all of us here, we've got our own story. I'm going to start with my own story. As I wrote my own story, I believe all of us, we do write our own stories on a daily basis of our lives. Like I said, I was born in the 60s. You can start using your calculators there. And then 1975, for those who knew what was happening in South Africa then, we left the country, we went to Mozambique. I stayed there for 18 years. I came back in 1989, could not fit with the system of South Africa because the apartheid system was still rife in the townships. There was township instabilities with violence at that time. Inequality. I was not bilingual because in those days, if you're not bilingual, you were unemployable. That means awusebenzi. You can't speak Afrikaans, you can't speak English, you can't speak other languages, then awusebenzi awuqashwa. So I only spoke Portuguese, Shangani, and a little bit of English. Then I decided either I had to go back to where I come from or proceed to another country. But I wanted to stay in South Africa. So then I decided to start running. Age 26 then, you can start using your calculator again. I started to run 1989 when immediately I came back from Mozambique. I was running for fun and I met another gentleman who was a coach in Soweto. He said, you know what, your running style looks like Helen Luke. Who is Helen Luke? Another lady who ran the comrades. He says, okay, let's go and run. There was an event in Boksbeek. There was a 15 kilometers. Imagine, I've never ran anything above 5 kilometers. Then I was told to go and run a 15 kilometers. I was excited, and I went there, registered. The day of the race, boom, the gun starts. I started running. After I ran for a very long time, then I saw a board says 1 kilometer. And I said, I still got 14 to go, and this is how I feel. Be as it may, I ran and walked until I finished the race. After that, I could not walk. It was not easy. However, that was my addiction. It became my addiction. That pain created addiction in my body. I started running. I was employed by the mine because I could run. Those days, we were about few women that were running those times. It was about me, Evelina Chabalala, Eunice Tulip. We were about 5 black women. Blanche Milwa. But I'm talking about the whole country. And every time I went running in the township, people were mocking me. Hey, why now you are running after the wind? Hey, why now? What are you running away from? You know, but I kept running. You run until your body transforms, you become like a boy. I became like a boy, I became very muscular. And people were also mocking me. You like a man, why are you running your bodies like this? So as you do sports as a woman, you are faced with all those challenges, and that's where resilience comes in. You have to become very resilient in what you do as a woman and what you believe, and what feels good to you. So I ran until I was employed as a runner, until I became involved in sports administration, like my other, I don't know where the CV that was read here. I became Central Gauteng Development Officer. I used to work with Marisa Rose in those days. Became board member of Athletics South Africa for Athletes Commission, where we had so many challenges. But as you keep resilient to what you believe, which is your vision, you keep going on. And this is what I introduced to my family as well. My children had to do sports, nothing else. Could be netball, could be running, but they had to do sports. That was the tradition of the family. And believe me, you not, sports makes your life better. It creates certain opportunities for a person, particularly as a woman. We are naturally born with resilience as women. You can make a meal out of nothing. You can make a family. You meet a guy, you don't know him. All of a sudden, you build a family with him. You bring people. All these people are on this planet. Women are producing them. I know we are assisted by some guys, but yes, we are the one who bring women in the world. So therefore, it's important to understand that when you do sports, is to build the nation as well. So with what the themes that were given in terms of building resilience, I wrote some few things here, but because we speak about common elements, the previous speaker also spoke about most of the things that I've written, and it's more or less like we were talking over the phone, and I am telling you, we don't even meet, we don't even know each other. But so that I should not bore people on that, I had some few things that I've written. That, you have to have a specific mindset and strategies when you run. I'm talking about running now because I'm a road runner. When you do sports. In sports, as a woman, you have a lot of challenges. Whether in running, whether in administration, or as a coach. You will always be pushed behind. And this is what my experience was. Then you have to be resilient. That's when you start showing that you don't have to be very arrogant about things, but you become resilient. I wrote a few things here for us that whenever you find yourself faced with anger, because you'll be angry. In the boardroom, you'll be angry. Believe me or not, I've been angry so many times in sports. As a woman, you'll be very angry at home. You'll be very angry in the field. As a coach, you'll be very angry. So I wrote, manage your anger, because people will always be offending you. As a woman, because you'll be belittled, that's not your space, because you don't know what to do. And I put D before anger. And when you are angry, what you become dangerous. And you be mindful of that. I just want to summarize, just to skip what I've written here. You need to study the game. As a coach, you need to study your opponent. As a player, particularly as a female, because you need to be resilient all the time. That means you need to be strategic, you need to be strong, you need to be mentally prepared. If you lose today, it's not over. You go back again and you start all over again. I'm trying to summarize because the previous speaker has already spoken about most of the things that I spoke about. Try to accept the reality that you are faced in, particularly as a female. We've got a lot of, particularly we as black women, our physical structure is different from I'm not trying to be racist here, but we women, we develop our body structure differently from other races. We are given. The enormous, we are given. And when you become a woman, as you grow within sports, your body transforms, and that can also have impact in your performance as an athlete. And as a coach, as well as a female coach, you need to understand your players as they change in their body structure. So therefore, you need to understand and support them. So that also could cause injuries. And that as well, you need to be merciful to yourself. That means as you are dealing with your body transformation, as a coach, you need to understand your athletes also change, their body changes. And also, as a parent as well, you need to understand your daughter is doing sport and her body transforms. So you need to support the child based on the body transformation. So talking about, going back to my notes as well, because most of the stuff, apparently there was sabotage as well. They could not download what I've written here. I was sabotaged because I don't know if this is ESCOM or it's electronics, but they did sabotage me. So I just have to go page by page here. Becoming a better version of yourself as a woman. You need to understand yourself. Also, it's competition. But if you understand yourself better, you are able to go back and draw the line and say, I need to be improving on this and that and that. I would go back to when I started running. I did not know anything about running. After the 15 kilometers I ran, the first time I was put in running a 15 kilometers, it was not enough for the guy who recruited me in athletics. He threw me to Comrades Marathon. I was sent to Durban, same year, to go and run Comrades Marathon. I thought I was ready. I wasn't ready, physically and mentally. We started in Pietermaritzburg to go and finish in Durban. I'm talking about 90 kilometers of running, the whole day. A lot of people you don't know. You create your family there. If I remember, that was in 1989. You can use your calculators again to check how old am I. As we were running, I think I was the only black woman in the field of over 20,000 runners. I was very tired and I picked up injuries. And as I was approaching, we just off Pietermaritzburg, Thomas Durban. We started in Pietermaritzburg, we went to Durban, it was a downhill, I had injuries. And that time we used to perm hair, my hair was permed hair. So they would not understand if I was a dark Indian or I was black. You know, but as I was running, my hair came to my face. And that time, every time I walked past, I found people, here's a black lady. Kijima sisi. You know, I cried because the pain that I was having that day is unbearable. It was unforgettable. I still remember each and every, my hair was sore. I don't know if I could feel, but I know my hair was sore. My nails were sore. My body was sore. Everything was aching. I could not talk after that. So as I deviated a little bit to explain, when you say becoming a better version of yourself, it's when I've learned and came back and draw and learn in athletics or in sports. What are you learning with your experiences? And as you build that resilience as a female woman, as a female while running or doing sports. Particularly that in black community, we do not know sports as black parents. As I came back from work, I was expected to do house chores. My priority was to run. At some point in my lifetime, I had family meeting where I was told that either you stop running because you are creating problems in the family, because I wouldn't do anything before I could go and run and come back. Then I will start doing everything. So some of the family members, I can say not my parents per se, but yes, my parents, because as a black child, any elder that is in your family is your parent. I was given a choice whether I should stop running or I should go back to start doing house chores and go to work. Then I said, I'd rather leave the house because it's what I want to do. Because if I leave my sports, I'm telling you, the first shebeen, I'm going to walk in there and I'm going to start drinking. So they had to choose, my family had to choose whether they would allow me to go to the shebeen or allow me to do sports. They had to allow me to do sports. Going to my second slide in terms of my mental health. I had to be strong mentally because at that time, few women ran. Not like now, everybody's running. You see Comrades Marathon, you do every marathon. There's a lot of women with nice clothes, with nice outfits, they're running. I was the only black girl in the township running. People were mocking me that she's chasing the wind. Why are you chasing the wind every day? So I had to have a mental strength to do what I loved. And by so doing, I also developed my daughter. My two daughters, one was playing netball, the other one became a national athlete. Her name is Tandim Gwevu. She represented South Africa in the Commonwealth Games, World Championships. She won SA Champs because that's what I failed to do for myself. And then I transferred to my kids. And she became a national champion in 100 and 200 meters. She represented the country, and she's still very active in sports. She studied sports science, because if a woman knows something, will share with the nation. And she became a national champ. That's when we say your mental health. So in that, I've learned from her, she learned from me. Her name was she's Tandim Gwevu, but as women, we get married, our names change. That's why I said her name was Tandim Gwevu. So as women, we change names. So Tandim Gwevu became a national champ as my daughter, and she taught me, Mama, you zone in as a sports person. So I know there are coaches in here that they know that sometimes when you have your athletes, you need to teach them to zone in. So your mental strength as a sports woman is very important. Could be administratively, it could be physical when you are participating or you are playing, but you need to have a strong mental strength. In conclusion, because I was sabotaged by something, I don't know what it is, bang loile. I can't even read my presentation on there because the system is not working. So that's why I'm speaking haphazardly. But the previous speaker spoke about doing things as a team. Team is very important. You can't do things in isolation. And I always break it down that team, it stands for together each achieve more. Angeke ulunge wenza izinto we-one, you'll never survive. And for a lot of women that are here, we know that even when you do your family gatherings, you cannot win alone. You need your neighbors, you need your sisters, you need your cousins, you need your aunties. So in sports, it's the same tradition as well. You cannot win alone. I know the previous speaker spoke about trying to be isolated from sports, but what I know is that you cannot achieve alone. We need each other. So in conclusion, we're writing our own lives, we're writing our own stories, we're writing our own future for our children as well. And as we stand here as adults, believe me, you not, abantwana bethu, they're looking upon us, they're looking at us. And even if we teach them what to say, however, they can only do what we do. Hence, in my family is a federation. Some people, Monira knows that. Monira knows that. There's a lady, she knows that in my house, we are a federation of sports. Because my partner is a former athlete, he's still an athlete. My children are former athletes, my grandchildren are athletes. So when we sit in a table, we don't discuss anything. We are discussing athletics because that's what I do. I know best, and that's what I decided to stick to it. And it's also good to do things different. You can multitask, but also it's important to specialize. Particularly as women, see a shorter. Because you find one modality in sports, it's over complement. Kugcwele abantu abaningi ngale. Ngapha akuna nix. I know people like netball. I'm not going to speak ill of other sporting codes, but I would say, me, now in athletics, I'm short of members. I'm short of female athletes. We had Olympics last year, no medal, nothing, no medal. Why? With such a population, why can't we medal for South Africa? Because a lot of job is left for the few individuals to do the job. So as I appeal to all of us, let's check our children, particularly Tinabo Mama, we mothers, let's check our children and let's encourage them. Siyazi isimo somnotho, which is our economy, it's a bit down. And we know it's very expensive to maintain a sporting child, but let's do our best because there are many things that we can do. Like I said, I went to Mozambique, I came back, we've been in Kenya, we've been in other countries. Those people, they perform, they're outperformers in sports. But we have resources more than them because they use whatever they have to can make the kids to participate in sports, and they prioritize in that. And in conclusion, South Africans, I'm not going to say fellow South Africans. I'm going to say South Africans, let's own our ground. Let's own our ground because we are busy saying, Bafana doesn't perform, so doesn't perform, we get early elimination on tournaments because we are not owning our ground. Let's own South Africa. Let's own South Africa in sports. We have resources. We have facilities. The Kenyans don't have hurdles, but they jump steeplechase. They put sticks, then they jump the sticks as they run. You don't have to have hurdles. You can create hurdles. You improvise when you don't have. So out of my presentation, because the previous speaker has taken everything because sports is common. We speak the same thing. We speak the same culture. She has already said most of the things that I was supposed to say. That's why I'm speaking haphazardly, but I'm speaking from my personal experiences. And Department of Sports and Recreation, Arts and Culture, thank you so much for inviting me. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak. Asante sana.
Thank you so much, Mam Dora Mukwevu. I hope that everyone was able to take something out of that, a leaf out of her book. And also resilience. But I think another thing that really stood out for me in that conversation was representation. And that for me is everything. And why do I speak on that? Also because she touched on a topic that has been on my mind for the longest time, ever since I entered the sporting industry, and that is the resource part. Because of lack of representation, how are we expecting people from disadvantaged communities to know that it's possible that there is a career path in a certain industry? For instance, let's go, I'm from Northwest, Komaboloka. That's close to, well, just after Brits, right? And it's a rural area. Lack of facilities, but because we don't have people who are from Maboloka who are within the sporting industry, the kids there don't see themselves entering the industry, if you get what I'm saying. So a lot of the kids are really interested in mining because most of the people who are from Brits are interested in mining. So I personally believe that if we expose kids from a very young age to different avenues within the sporting industry or to any industry that is, that's when we create awareness and that's where the interest starts. And when it comes to the resource conversation, it's a conversation that we constantly have to have because the only way in which we're going to get better is if we invest within our sport, if we find the means to make the most out of what we have. The next topic that I'm going to talk about is something that really just happened, and I'm glad it did. I don't know, but I deliberately didn't say my name correctly when I was up here. And the reason why I didn't do that is because we all need to own our story, because you are your own story. So many people tell us stories for us, and already Mam Dora also called me Asanda. She wasn't the first one. I don't know what you're thinking, unless if we had a conversation earlier, but I don't know what name you thought my name was. And I want you to understand that your name is your brand. Your name is associated for you for a lifetime. So when people say your name, how do you say your name and what is it that you want them to think of? I want you to take out your phone right now and write next. So you're going to type in your name, and next to it, write what your name means, and next to that, what you want to be remembered as. Can we do that? Yep, I'm going to hold you accountable. You're going to hold yourself accountable. So it's your name, what your name means. Yeah, I know a lot of people have names that we don't know what they mean. What your name means, and what you want to be remembered as. I hope you read that every single day, as that will drive you closer to your purpose. My name is Itumeleng Khosigadi Kgapanda, and I am a 24-year-old young female working within the sports industry. I am a voiceover artist. I am a radio presenter at Power FM, and I'm also on a show that is actually on air today. Feels like I'm not at work. That's actually on air today, called Foot Afrique, which is an African football show on SABC1. So I deliberately, as I said, didn't say my name because I feel like a lot of people, we shy away from the greatness that we are. We shy away from telling our own stories, and that's what's going to lead us into the first panel of this morning. We're going to have a set of 3 panels. There will be different topics that will be discussed, and each panel will have its own moderator. The first panel has a topic, and the topic is becoming a better version of yourself. Do you look at the progress that you make within your life? Or do you compare your progress to other people? The person who will be moderating this panel is a woman who I love dearly. Her name is Monira Ramatula, and a woman who started off as a football mom. And just from that, the interest grew, and she has literally been there, I think, for so many women when they start out their careers. If there's one person that you can pick up the phone and call, it is Monira Ramatula. She's the founder of an organization called Footballing Girls, which creates a platform for women in sport to tell their stories, to own their stories. But we're not just interested about the woman at the top. Well, they're also interested in the women who are doing the groundwork, the women that people don't know about in the communities, because believe it or not, everything starts within the communities. So she is going to come up and she's going to introduce her panel. And what I like about this topic is the fact that so many people are in positions that we feel are not able to be or are not attainable. But how did they get there? Because they one day were a young Itumeleng and given an opportunity to MC an event. The sharing of information is important. So ladies and gentlemen, please kindly put your hands together for Monira Ramatula. It's okay.
It's so cold. Hello. Oh, okay, that's on. Thank you very much. As Itumeleng has said, my name is Monira Ramatula, and hopefully one day Itumeleng will share her story because she has such an incredible story that just gives me goosebumps every time I listen to it. But I would like to invite my panel members to come through, and in the interest of owning your narrative and owning your story, I would love them to introduce themselves as who they see themselves as opposed to me reading out a piece of paper or saying who it is that they are. So panel members, Virginia, Zenobia, and our beautiful rugby lady. It's nice to see girls playing rugby and achieving at it as well. If they could please come up. You may sit. Thank you. So today we're talking about owning your story and, am I talking too loud or is it just an echo? Okay. We're talking about owning your story and building your personal brand in between all of that and literally just owning your narrative. I think, a lot of the times we want women to be brands. We want women athletes to be brands, and we always complain about the lack of sponsorship for female athletes. And why are they not getting sponsorship, or why are they not getting the recognition that they're supposed to be getting from ensuring that they get some sort of additional revenue, or literally just put their brands out. You know, I mean, Zenobia being a basketball player, wheelchair basketball player, but she'll also tell you about what else she does. And, you know, as I said, we've got the young lady who is a rugby player, and what it is about her that would make her stand out. And Virginia being, I mean, a SA Sport Administrator of the Year for 2013, 2015 and 2018. What is it that makes her noticeable and stand out? So we'll start with Virginia. Virginia, if you could please introduce yourself.
Thank you. And it is a privilege indeed to be amongst the incredible women and men that are in sports, and also growing sports in all the districts in the province. My name is Virginia Mabaso. I am born and bred in Venda in Limpopo, and as just like everyone, I packed my bag, and so just like everyone, I packed my bag to come to Joburg to pursue my career or tertiary education. And after completing, I worked in the health sector for 5 years, and then I moved into sports. This is my 16th year in sports. And it's been an incredible journey. I was then recognized as the SA Sports Administrator of the Year in 2015, nominated in 2016, won it again in 2018, and received the Ministerial Recognition Award through the G Sports Awards, and in 2020 received the Women of the Year Award through the G Sport. And I start off that so that, thank you. I started highlighting that before I got to how we got there and how it was all possible. And I am from a sport called rowing. I don't know if many of you know what rowing is. Is there anyone in the house that know what rowing is? Okay, so I am the sports administrator for Rowing South Africa. I run the National Development Program for the Federation. I introduce rowing across the country. When I started the program in 2010, just after the Sports Development Plan was ratified in Rustenburg, there was nothing. There was no concept document to say, Virginia, this is how you're going to go about it. And as a black person, a Venda woman, we don't have dams. We do have dams, but there's no rowing altogether in Limpopo at that time. I've seen a rowing boat once. I think it was Olympics in Athens. They used to be on TV a lot. Now that when I came to rowing, I realized that what I was watching on TV, it was rowing. So I didn't actually make sense of the two until I got into rowing. So I came into the rowing fraternity with no knowledge as to what rowing is, firstly. Rowing has its own terminology. I had to learn everything. So I went there as an accounts officer because I studied business administration at the time. So when I went there, I attended the first regatta. Our competitions, we call them regattas, at Rotterplaat in Pretoria. When I arrived there, I was like, it was all new foreign world. So many people, mostly white, of course, black people. I think I was the only black female at the time in 2007. On the water, there was few and only one gentleman, Sizwe Lawrence Ndlovu, who is then our first black man in the world to win an Olympic gold medal in 2012. So still he holds that title because we haven't had another Sizwe, but we're working through it through my program. So I learned the lingo. I then decided to get into officiating. I was at regattas every weekend. I officiated until 2009, when the provincial indabas were held to discuss the National Sports Development Plan that was ratified in Rustenburg at the SASCOC AGM. So from there, then I took over the program, and I had to apply the business administrative knowledge into sport, mainly because I had no background of of rowing as a competitive sport, how really does it work. But applying my business administrative knowledge helped me to actually create some sense of stability within that program as I was starting out, because there was no one that told me this is that, this is that. I was given a budget, this is how much has been allocated from government, and you see how to go. So I drafted a competitive calendar and the plan as to how am I going to reach out to all the provinces where there was rowing. Rowing was only represented in 4 provinces in the country, meaning there was a balance of 5 provinces where there was no rowing altogether. And by 5 years from that, I had achieved the goal of introducing rowing in all the provinces. And I had, thank you. I had introduced rowing in all the provinces. I had reached out to more than 2 districts in some provinces. You know, the sports requirement is that for you to be a provincial, to have a provincial representation, you must be in more than 3 districts in the provinces. So I've achieved that. So in 2018, it was all building up towards sustaining what we've created. Now running learn to row programs, which we do put kids on the water. We run the development program through the indoor rowing program, and then we will create rowing experiences on the water, also coaching, training the coaches. Itumeleng comes from one of my areas as well, Mabuluka in Jericho. I have schools in Madiba Atolwana, I don't know if she knows the school, and in Mabuluka, which is now Madiketi Lion High School. So those are the schools that I work with in the area, so I know your area very well. And we've got kids that are now coming up from that area that attended the national trials in November and now in January. So they are doing very well. So I'm really hopeful that when we do another trial in August, they're going to make it through. So it has been a really incredible journey as a woman also administrating this. We are forever not home. I flew in home here last night to be here today. So that we make it possible. But we keep going. What actually keeps me going in all this is the ultimate goal. When you come into sport and when you take over a project, you always have to draw the outcome that you would wish to see. And no matter how big, it must scare you for you to continue to go towards the goal. So I've always drafted the outcome of what I want to see in all provinces. I knocked on all doors. You know how provincial government can be, more especially for a minority code like rowing, where it's not a priority code, but you still need support for provincial government. And it's happening. We've created relationships so far. And with that journey of 16 years, the Gauteng Sports Confederation, therefore, I was nominated as the second vice president, together with Monira as my first vice president, and Jean-Marie, who is our chair of the Women in Sports Commission, so that we can come and apply our expertise into how we grow sports in Gauteng, as to how we bring women into sports administration, into the digital platforms, through all our experiences as women that are coming together in the name of promoting sports. So in a nutshell, that is Virginia Mabaso, and a woman that wants to be remembered as one that has changed people's lives in sports. We have created so many jobs opportunities for community members where we start our development programs. We don't take rowing people around, we create rowing people wherever we go to start a program. So there are coaches from the community that have been appointed that are managing those clubs. So in a way, we are building up a pool of administrators in all the provinces as we go around. Thank you.
I think before I get to Aliyah, let me just say that, you know, when we talk about personal branding or your personal brand, people assume it's out there in the media and out there on social media and all the other spaces that are on the outside. But what I want you to take away from everything that Virginia has just said about who she is and how she got into, remember that she got into rowing not even knowing. I mean, as she says, she saw a boat once, you know. But today, she can tell you, having conversations with her when it comes to rowing, she can tell you everything about rowing, from how much the boats cost, what are the parts. I mean, she goes and she bids on parts and on boats so that Rowing South Africa can acquire them in order to continue building the sport. So what I'm getting at is that when it comes to your personal brand, it's not just you being out there or standing in front of a TV camera. Your personal brand is how do you develop yourself? Because when I look at her, or any of you look at her, you look at somebody who's come into a sport and knew nothing about it, but today she's a champion of that sport. That is how she built her personal brand around her being Virginia in rowing. She could have walked in there and said, I don't know anything about it, I'm just going to clock my salary every month and that's going to be it. But no, she was fortunate enough also to be given carte blanche to say, how do I develop the sport? Because again, she could identify, coming from an area, from a space where she herself didn't know about the sport, she could then take it back and expose young black kids about rowing and how to get involved in the sport, and communities on how to get involved in the sport. And that is her personal brand, and that's how she's got to build it, because anybody who knows her knows that that's the lady from rowing, that's the one that's never at home, that's the one that we see in pictures all over the country, teaching the nation to row. That's her catchphrase, by the way, teaching the nation to row. So that's what personal branding is all about. Yes, there's the outside of it where then, you know, from an athlete's point of view, where you then need to start attracting sponsorship and attracting being a brand ambassador. But this is where you start. You've got to know your craft. You've got to know what are you doing. You've got to have a plan. You've got to understand where are you taking that plan to. And more importantly, you've got to achieve results with that plan. So we're going to go to the young rugby player, Aliyah, and she's just going to tell us who she is.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aliyah Chognanjaman, and I am a senior rugby player for the Golden Lions Rugby Union. My journey began in high school. I went to a high school called Queen's High School, located in Poseidon Valley, and that's where my journey began. I started playing rugby in grade 8. At the time, I was a very shy and timid child. I had no background in sports whatsoever. However, I was very open to the idea of trying something new, and that's when I stumbled upon girls rugby. At the time, I didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know where to begin, but I was very open to the idea of trying something that would challenge my character. And, you know, I attended the practices and the sessions, and I found myself growing to love the sport very much. In my first year, I actually made the juniors provincial, the Golden Lions team, and it came as such a surprise because like I said, I had no history in sports. It was my very first time playing rugby. And along the years, I continuously made the team without a doubt, and somewhere along the line in my third year of playing provincials, I captained my junior team for the first time. That's where I was introduced to the leadership role of how to be able to lead a team and, you know, lead a sisterhood, a group of women that are trying to grow themselves in a predominantly male-dominated sport. And it was a very interesting and character-building experience for me. In my senior levels of high school, under 18, I took part in a tournament called Craven Week, where they advocate for women rugby players in high schools, where we play league games and get selected for provincial higher league tournaments. And in that particular year, in my first year of Craven Week, I participated in the tournament with some of my sisters. And that year, I set a goal to make the high-performance Springbok team. And unfortunately, that year, my mom fell very sick, and I had to be pulled out of the tournament at some point, and it was really devastating for me at that time. But I made it back to the tournament. I participated, I completed every game. Unfortunately, that year, I didn't attain my goal. I didn't make it to the team, and it crushed me at the time. It really did devastate me. But it didn't discourage me in any way. The following year, I came back bigger and stronger. I was motivated to push myself even harder than I'd ever. And in that year, I finally made the under 18 Springbok high performance camp, and and it was one of the proudest moments of my life. I mean, coming from a household with a single mom, I mean, I had every reason to try and push myself to become something for myself. And that experience really brought me into the real sporting aspect of what it takes to be a high-performance athlete in a very different social space as opposed to just playing sports in high school. After my experience in the high-performance sector, the University of Johannesburg offered me a full scholarship, to come and study and play for them. And that is where I met incredible people, incredible sisters in the game, where we share the similar love for the sport. I mean, with rugby being the way it is, where it's very uncommon for girls to play such a sport, there's always, we always strive for resources, but what always inspired me is the fact that the girls never fail to perform or to push themselves regardless of the challenges and the adversity that they face because of playing a sport that was very uncommon for us. And now I'm a part of a beautiful institution that takes pride in their players, a panel of managers, physios, sports scientists that actively engage with their players to make sure that we are up to standard with everything that we need to enable us to perform at the level that we should. And I am proud to say that I am growing in the sport. I hope to be a very influential person in the rugby industry globally as well. And yeah, that is basically my rugby journey, and I am praying that a lot of people grow more open to the idea of joining women's rugby because it's a very beautiful sport, and I've gained not just family but sisterhood, and I'm just really proud to be a rugby player. Thank you.
You know, when she walked up and I was calling everybody else by name, I deliberately didn't say her name because I thought somebody would say, her name is. And why I didn't do that was because we don't know who our rugby players are. But it's not just up to them to tell us who they are, but it's up to us as well to invest in female sport and find out who's participating in what and who are they and what are they achieving. What Aliyah didn't tell you was that the Golden Lions team actually, for 2 seasons in a row, went all the way through to qualify for in rugby there are 2 divisions, national divisions for women's rugby, and the Lions actually went all the way through. I mean, this season last season, I keep forgetting we're in 2022 already. It's like I lost a whole year. But yeah, undefeated, and went all the way through to compete for a spot. The leagues work a little bit differently, but my belief is that they have now been granted permission to participate in the first division, where they'll be participating and playing against the best of the best. And which also then gives them a better opportunity to be spotted in order to make the Springbok squads. But what I'm trying to get at is that personal branding, when it comes to women in sport, does not just depend on the individual. It's up to us as well to ensure that we understand which sporting codes are not being highlighted and how do we take it in our strides to make sure that we highlight those sporting codes. I mean, you have a Golden Lions player sitting in our midst, and that's the only team in Gauteng that will be participating in the first division, the Premier Division, my apologies, against the likes of your Sharks, your Western Province, your Stormers, your Blue Bulls, and all the others. The Blue Bulls have been there as well, but I mean, for us it's an achievement and we need to celebrate that. So we're gonna go on to Zenobia and she's gonna tell us who she is.
Hi everybody, my name is Zenobia Nadine Sitole. I am from Pretoria. My life journey in sports, I started playing sports in 2012 actually. And the first sport I got introduced to was basketball, surprisingly, wheelchair basketball. And since the day that I started playing wheelchair basketball, I really loved it a lot because I was first very surprised on the situation of how can a disabled person actually play basketball? And in that way, they said, no, there's wheelchairs for that, and you just do everything you do on a normal court as a normal player as anybody else. And since that day, I've been playing basketball. I think it's now like 7 years. Is it 7? I can't remember. But yeah, since 2012. I am turning 22, so I guess it's about a couple of years. And wheelchair basketball wasn't the only thing that I was playing. I was a very athletic person. My mom also did athletics. She did coaching in javelin. So I took after my mom a lot as well. She did coaching in javelin, like I said. And I've been playing athletics since 2013. Since 2013, I've been doing athletics for disabled people. And I've only gotten golden medals throughout until 2018. I only got golden medals because I've always strived to do better, not to look down on myself, but to uplift myself and show that any other disabled person out there can go do sports, can do anything that they want to do as long as you put your mind to it. In 2018, when I matriculated, I finally got selected for the Gauteng Lions team under 23 for basketball. And I play for them. I've been playing for them for the past 3 years now. And I won't lie, it's been also an amazing experience because we practice a lot. The teamwork is very important to me as well, as I was a team captain in 2017. And during that time, I learned a lot of teamwork and how to build each other, not to discriminate one another, to just uplift one another, because that's what sports is about, that's what womanship is about, is to uplift one another and not bring each other down. And currently, right now as well, as I'm busy with sports, I'm also busy studying junior management as well, as I do want to be a businesswoman too one day. The type of business I would like to open was based on a children's home, to give back into the community. And yes, that's about it, I can say.
Thank you very much for that, Zenobia. But, you know, you said some very important things. And another aspect when it comes to personal branding, another important aspect is community. Because you cannot build on your own. You need a community around you to build. And giving back to the community is also one of the best ways that you can sit down and say, this is how I'm also able to measure myself and to measure how effective I am. Because it's all good and well developing a personal brand, but you've got to be effective and impactful around the personal brand that you're building. So I think we can go through to questions. Does anybody have any questions for the panelists? Okay, they'll bring the mic to you. Stand up. Any other questions? Please indicate.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dumile Seke. I'm Alia's team manager at MasterCard Gold Alliance. First, I just want to highlight something that she also forgot about her story. When we first recruited her for the University of Johannesburg, there's a year where Alia was the forward player of the year, and then she got injured, and we couldn't get a hold of her anyway. When we tried to, she was in hospital. I think she had a concussion, or it was her shoulder, or whatever. But Leah has been critical in the success of the Golden Lions, like you mentioned, being undefeated. She played every single game, and as a first-timer in the senior provincial team, it rarely happens. And unfortunately, although in the first game, she came out in 3 minutes. But yeah, the rest of the games, she has been incredible. But I wanted to ask the panel, we're talking about branding and being seen and being impactful. But for players like Aaliyah, she's been one of the very few people who are benefiting from a high-performance institution that is taking women's sports very serious. The University of Johannesburg, like she mentioned, has all the whole team behind them. And Munira, you have the Gauteng Institute, which is like one of two, especially dedicated to sport and rugby. What then happens to mentorship? Because sometimes athletes want mentorship to equal to money. Because, there's no boots, there's no, there's no fields, there's no time. Like I forgot the one day she's sitting down, the runner, she mentioned that families tell you to quit sport and you're not doing your chores at home. So how did you guys face that, and how do you face now being a mentor? Because Aaliyah, as much as you're as young as you are now a senior in the team. You have to mentor the new girls coming in. What is now your approach outside of leading on the field, off the field? What are the things that you're doing outside of your capacity as someone? Who do you talk to? Are there people that you take under your wing to inspire? Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take the next question and then answer.
Morning, everyone. My name is Oli. I'm from Villa Elisa in Boksburg. I'm a coach in netball. I'm a coach in indigenous games. Right. I'm sorry, my dear, I forgot your name, the lady in a green dress. The beautiful lady up there, the vendor lady. Ceci, one question I'd like to ask is, you spoke about rowing. Now, in our areas, do you have mentoring programs or clubs that we can deal with regarding rowing? Why I'm asking this is, just like you, I saw rowing on TV and I was like, oh, okay, yeah. I think these kids will, so-and-so will make it in this. So-and-so, would you like to do rowing? And coach, what is rowing? And yeah, I have to explain. Now I have to start explaining, which, okay, rowing, there's boats involved, there's a dam involved. So now, where and how can we help these kids around those areas, We're from those underdeveloped areas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have another question, but while the mic gets to the next lady, maybe we'll start with, your manager's putting you under pressure there, hey? We'll start with Tumi's query, but before you answer, I just want to say, sometimes mentorship is not necessarily a formal process. It's you finding people that you can identify with, and whether it is that you follow them on social media and check what it is that they're doing or what other, positive information that they're putting out there, that still forms part of mentorship. It's not necessarily a formal process, but I'll allow Aaliyah to answer the rest about her being a senior player. How do you handle that part of it?
Okay, firstly, me being a senior player, I've obviously had, I have, never mind just being in a social environment with sports athletes, I'm very familiar with athletes under me and above me. Going to high school, I was very, I played an active role in trying to promote junior girls to try and, train with the seniors, to try and help them grow personally. But also now in sports, there's a whole social aspect to sports now. I mean, sports is being advocated through social media now. I actually have a friend, a teammate, who actually started an Instagram channel where she would interview athletes at our varsity to find out about their stories and their backgrounds and how they choose to influence the athletes under them and those around them. And it's all a matter of networking, getting to know each other, finding out where you come from, what your challenges are. Even with UJ, we also take part in hosting rugby clinics at high school to help grow rugby players at grassroots level so that they are able to keep up to the standards when they eventually reach varsity or provincial or even national level. So social networking is very important in that aspect, that it leads players to becoming the athletes that they want to be by gaining leadership and mentorship through other athletes, not necessarily just your coaches and managers and so forth. Yeah.
But that is why also from a personal branding perspective that it's important that you are conscious of the messages that you put out on social media, and that, we all have good days and we all have bad days, but we all don't need to be putting our dirty laundry out there. And especially when you're in a position where you know that younger athletes are watching you, younger athletes take motivation and inspiration from you, is the content that you put out there needs to also be of that kind of nature. It's not that, I'm saying we need to control your moves, but understanding that you have a generation behind you who is looking up to you to navigate through everything else that they're doing while trying to achieve being an athlete. Virginia, the rowing question.
Thank you. With rowing, obviously in 5 districts in Gauteng, in terms of the development program, we do have rowing in Gauteng, which is on the water more, at VLC, which is Germiston area, in Pretoria at the Rhodeplat, in Wemapen, which falls under City of Joburg. So we are now stretching out to your area of Katlehong, Alex, this is now the process of us starting new clubs and bringing in the community in those areas. So in your area, for the process to be a bit faster, as you could be an advocate for rowing, you could then start laying the foundation to say there's a sport that is rowing we would like to introduce in your district confederation, therefore start having that discussion, and then I will come in. Eventually the goal is to be in all districts, more especially in Gauteng. Now that we're leading to World Masters 2023, next year we're hosting the World Masters, and it's a Gauteng event. So by then, hopefully this year, definitely we'll do 2 districts for development. And next year, obviously, before the event in September, I would have loved to have concluded all 5 districts. So eventually, we will get to all the districts and then start bringing in the communities. But if you are in an area where you are closer to Germiston, to Rhodeplat, to VLC already, and it's a matter of transportation for everyone in your community to get involved, a club can be started, and therefore we arrange how the water sessions can be happening in the available facilities at this point. Thank you.
Lady with the mic.
Hello, my name is Tulwana Peu. I'm a fellow student athlete as well as a student leader. I'm part of the NEC of University Sports South Africa. So my question is to you. What I've found most is that as student athletes, we blanket ourselves with the university. So we associate ourselves a lot with the university, and once we graduate and leave the institution, it's like we've forgotten who we are. We haven't personally branded ourselves so that we are something outside of the university. So I wanted to ask you, what advice would you give fellow student athletes to personally brand themselves outside of the university so that life after sports, we get injured, we need to do something after sports, obviously within the sports industry. So What advice would you give fellow student athletes in terms of how can we personally brand ourselves outside of the university name in that way so that we know you as who you are instead of she's a rugby player for UJ? Yes, thank you.
Okay, we have somebody who has their hand up. Mic. Okay, while the mic gets there, you can answer, Leah.
I don't know if it's working. Okay. Yes, that is actually a very good question. I would advise personally that in order to sort of like separate yourself from associating yourself too much with the institution that you're currently participating at or may be involved with, I suggest that you grow your brand outside of the institution by obviously promoting yourself as an athlete. I mean, I would also advise, I wouldn't say participate, but like I would also advise getting involved in other campaigns of some sort so that you are not really associated with one specific organization per se, and you are more influential in an overall aspect, you know, so that you are associated as a brand yourself and not just as a UJ rugby player. So I would advise take many, like a lot of initiative, taking participation in many other campaigns so that you are known as an influential athlete and not just a UJ athlete. Yeah.
To add on to what Aliyah is saying, as someone that has worked with a lot of kids and also that has been very close to Caesar Lawrence Ndlovu, that I mentioned to be the first black person in the world to win a gold Olympic medal. He was a professional athlete and full-time into rowing and that. And then in 2016, leading to 2016 Olympics, 8 months before the Olympics, he got an injury that forced him to retire. And the federation also had a program to keep him in the sport and brought him into administration of the sport. So also federations can also help to say, while your career has ended, mainly because by unforeseen circumstances, they absorb you to be part of the program. But he's been an inspirational role in the program as we roll it out across the country. He's also involved. He's coach manager at UJ, Associates Nombilo here earlier on. Oh, there she is. So he has invested quite a lot, and he continues to impart the knowledge of him rowing for all the 19 years within the sport into the program as we continue to develop other kids. So he's branded himself so well that by winning an Olympic gold medal, that only was not the end of his career by then, but now he's been with UJ as the coach manager. He's also imparting his knowledge into the development program. And also what I'm trying to get at is that we as human beings, sometimes we are not able to excel in 4 different fraternities, but we still can be able to win at one fraternity, but in different levels, or either sharing our knowledges in different spaces within the same sport.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I mean, I agree with both the responses as well, in that you might not be able to then maybe get involved in other sporting codes, but within that sporting code, you can go from not just being that athlete, but how do you then become that brand that's an administrator, a coach, and all the different roles. And also coming back to that is, you know, within the women's sports space, what you would find is, look, I'm fortunate enough in that I get to interact with women in different roles and different sporting codes. The common challenges are the same. So whether she's a runner or a netball player, if she's coming from a particular community, the challenges are the same. And how does she then go and identify with a rugby player even though she doesn't play rugby? Because yes, as much as she plays rugby, but she's putting other aspects of herself out there to say, this is the other aspect of, I'm an athlete at the end of the day, and this is who I am, and this is how I overcome whatever it is that I am overcoming, or this is how I face particular challenges. We all have days where we get up and we don't want to get up, but we get up and we perform. Athletes go through injuries. Administrators go through other challenges that they face, but how do we then put it out there and grow it from there to say, this is who I am, but I'm more than just an institution. If you're looking at it from the institutional aspect, I'm more than just the institution or an institutional person, but this is who me personally I am. And that message, and it should never come out in a way to disrespect the institution, but to always pay credibility and homage towards that institution, but understanding that you are part of the institution, but you are your own person as well. I'm going to give the ladies just final words. We'll start with Zenobia. Oh, sorry, one quick. My apologies. There's too much orange on there. There's just UJ everywhere, so I'm a bit,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nandi Pachak, and I come from UJ. I'm a netball coach. My question is for Miss Regina.
Virginia.
My question is, when you started in the beginning, what was your why? And through the challenges that you faced in the department that you were starting in, because you said you had no knowledge in what you were doing, but you still went and did it anyway. So I want to know, how did you face the challenges that came with those, with what you wanted to achieve, with what you had in plan? Thank you.
Thank you. My why, as I mentioned, I am a village girl. I'm from Venda. There was no rowing at all. And my why, that was my why. I needed to create, the concept was to grow rowing across all 9 provinces demographic and make it available for everyone. And my why was then, I needed to create an opportunity for a girl like me, a boy child like me, who had no clue what rowing is, who have seen it once or in a while. And once I got into the program, you then play a guiding role to these kids. It's beyond the field. It's beyond the administrative processes that you have to do. You put yourself in their shoes. So that was my why and my driving force behind actually not getting tired and going and going and going. And as more and more kids come into the program, that encouraged me even more to say, oh yeah, so if I stop, that means I could miss another Olympian if I stop. If I don't carry on, no matter how tired I am, therefore that means another child would not have this opportunity that I am. If I don't wake up and do what I do and then put it out on social media, and the reason why, now that we're talking even personal branding, the reason why we post so much is not that we are social media people. It's because we are telling our story through social media, so that another child who's watching here, or a sports administrator that wants to be in my position, can see that really there is career within sports, and there are different positions in sporting codes, in different sporting codes. That is the main reason that I put every little thing on the social media, so that you continue to tell your story on and off the field. And off the field is the social media that stays there. As Munira has mentioned, that no matter how frustrated we do get challenges, we do get very frustrated, but we'll never post our frustrations on social media, because it tends your brand and how mature are you in handling challenges as you go. Trust me, there are millions of them. There are days where I don't want to pack my bag. As Munira had said, I'm always not home. And I have a daughter that is 1 year, 3 months. I pack her with me. As a mother, that is my greatest challenge. But I said, I'm not going to stop doing and creating the opportunities that I'm creating for South Africans. But I'll take my daughter with, and the environment within rowing allows me to do that. So that has been the greatest challenge, but we're managing it, you see. But that could have easily stopped me as a mother and say, you know what, I'm going to prioritize my daughter, and therefore I'm not going to carry on doing this program. It requires someone that has no much responsibility like me. But no, I saw beyond the challenge of having a daughter. I felt that I can still carry on, and my life is easy. I think we're enjoying it. I'm imparting sports administration in her already. She gets paid for every trip she takes. So it's me being positive around the challenge of saying, no, having a child as a female sports administrator should not stop you from really being within the sports fraternity. So challenges of going to new areas where I knew no one. So coming to creating rowing people across the country. I think in all the provinces that I started, I didn't know a soul. All I did, I went through the Sports Confederation and the provincial stakeholders and said this and that, I am coming on this day. I will always arrive at a government institution. In that way, you are going to arrive at the right place where you are safe. You also have to make sure that you are safe. I'll always arrive either at a school structure. I know that I'm meeting this teacher, I'm here, and therefore you start creating relationships around when you're there. But that is the only challenge, but it's easy. You just have to make sure that your planning is proper and you don't actually subject yourself through danger while you're going through it, of course. But yeah, that is it.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Adelaide Moeng. I'm a creative. And I just had a question for Zenolia. I hope I said your name correctly. I just wanted to know, what has been your biggest personal struggle, first as a disabled player, and secondly as a female player? Because I find the dynamic of how you've come so far with what you're doing very interesting. And I just wanted to know, what has been the biggest struggles for you in that sense?
I think the biggest struggle I can say that I faced is actually having, at first I thought I could never do it. I won't lie, I thought because I got a disability, I won't achieve anything. And sometimes you do get people out there who bring you down and they try to tear you down, but my mom has always taught me to have a mentality of, if you're going to let people bring you down and tear you down as well, then you're not going to get anywhere at the end of the day. And through with that, with the sports industry, with ballroom dancing, forgot to mention I did that too with ballroom dancing. I mean, so many people thought it's impossible to be done, but it's up to you to put it into your mind and actually get it done. And in that way, I overcame my fears, and I saw that I also encouraged a lot of other people, and I hope I can continue encouraging a lot of disabled people out there to follow your dreams, to do the sport that you want to do. Anything is possible.
I agree with that. I think my motto is always that every little girl, irrespective of who she is or where she comes from, should be allowed to do and should be allowed to become whoever she wants to become. And nothing is impossible. So we're going to do a quick round up. Any final words? We'll start with Zenobia this time.
I just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity. And once again, I really encourage every disabled person out there to get out of your comfort zone and just flow on yourself and follow your dreams, whether it's in sports, whether it's in any other industry that you have. Don't let that bring you down, ever. Thank you.
My final words, I'd firstly like to just let other female athletes know that they should be encouraged in their own strengths and capabilities. I mean, it does not only gain respect from other female athletes, but also male athletes. And one thing we need to remember is that athletes are all connected. It doesn't matter what your gender is, and we all strive for one ultimate goal, and that is to become the best that we can for ourselves and for the world.
Final words is, sports administrators, we play a key role into sports surviving in all our districts and all our areas. So can we take that responsibility very, very seriously and be prepared to nurture the talent that is around us, and be prepared to go an extra mile, and also bear in mind that for a playing field to be possible, there's an administrator that had to make sure that that process actually happens. So we play a key role. So as coaches and administrators that are sitting here and athletes, we need to understand the key role that we are playing for us to ultimately see the representation in all various competitions across the country or the world. It has started with a sports administrator. So with that, I'm saying sports administrator careers are there. Let's follow them. Let's take ourselves seriously while we are in this fraternity. Thank you.
I think in my closing statement and going with the theme of the day of her story and her resilience is that from the panel, if there's any takeaways, and you should have takeaways from this panel, is that the first is your resilience in that you need to understand who you are and why you do what you do. That's very important for you. Understand who you are. Who am I? And why do I do what I do? It's very important because it gives you resilience. If you're a person who is then swayed from side to side, then you will not have resilience because you would not know who you are or what do you stand for. That's number one. Number two is that when it comes to your personal branding, it's not just the media out there, the social media out there, that is your personal branding. It's you doing what you do to the best of your ability and building that image for yourself as the person who has taken rowing or rugby or wheelchair basketball to the next stage, or create an impression for the next generation to be able to say, I want to look up to her because I see the work that she puts in, I see what she does, and I see how hard it is. Because being who we are in sport is not easy. It's hard, it's about putting in the work. It's not about just smiling. I know we smile a lot, but we smile because of everything else that we go through, but we smile a lot. But it's who you are and what you put in that then determines whether you get the next opportunity or not. It's not just about being nice about it, but also understanding that you will go through challenges, and it's about how do you overcome those challenges. You know, they always say that failure is not necessarily failure, and it's true. It's a learning opportunity, but you need to learn from it. The same way when it comes to a challenge, you need to learn from it and say, and it's also important for you to be able to look at it and say, what was my part in it and how do I get to change that? Because from time to time, in order for you to be the best possible version of yourself, you've got to do introspection. We are not perfect beings, but we need to grow from that. We also need to call ourselves out and be able to say, this is the role that I played in this aspect or that aspect. It's all part of building who you are and how you are identified as a brand. Thank you very much, panelists. It was awesome. Oh.
Thank you so much, ladies. I think there's not much I can say after that. Literally, there's not much that I can say. But I think one thing that I noticed was that I like what was said, that whether we're male or female, we're all striving for one thing, and that is to be the best and to do whatever it is that we do at the best of our abilities. I would like to call upon Ms. Katsia as well as Mam Mokwevu to come up so that we can take pictures. And then after that, we're going to break for tea. But as we do break for tea, can we please push the conversation on social media? I do come bearing gifts, so please do keep that in mind. The most active person on social media will get something from me. Yep, yes, it's Love Month. So if you don't have a Valentine, I will be your Valentine. There'll also be a gift for the most active audience member. So if you have all the questions for all the panels, you will be getting something. And I'll spice it up as we go. Okay, so if the two ladies could please come up, and then we're going to break for tea. We will be coming back at 12, so this is your time to network, take pictures, push the conversation on social media, and then we'll be back in here at 12 for the next two panels. If we can please fill up the spaces in front, even though we will be maintaining social distance. Just please, I've got so many gaps here in front. Come closer. Please kindly move forward, fill up the gaps in front. So let's fill in from the back, well, from the front, moving backwards. Don't be shy. Yes? Come. Let's move forward and fill up the gaps in front. Hi, Bo. Can we fill up the gaps in front? Come closer, come closer. You guys feel so far when you're there. I feel like we're not family anymore. Come closer, come closer. Come closer. Okay. There we go. Now we're making progress. Okay. So don't say I didn't take care of you. I hope you enjoyed your tea break. I hope you had some muffins. Hope you had some tea. I hope you met new people, exchanged numbers, had conversations. Now we're going to continue with the last part of our program for this afternoon, and I'm going to try my utmost best that we actually do finish on time. Just a reminder that please kindly be active on social media. Just to remind you of the handles on social media, it is at Gauteng SACR. Gauteng SACR. And then the hashtags, there's 3 hashtags. The first hashtag is hashtag her new normal, hashtag her sports story, and hashtag authored her story. Hashtag her new normal, hashtag her sports story, hashtag authored her story. I hope whoever's in charge of the Gauteng Sports, Arts and Culture profile is actually keeping tabs as to who's tweeting, because that person will be getting something from me. A reminder, the most active audience member will also be getting something from me. And I said I'll throw in some spice as we go. So as we move along, the second panel is going to be talking about a topic that is very dear to my heart, simply because living in South Africa, I just think living in the world and being a young woman who is trying to navigate and find themselves, understand themselves, and make a living is a lot. I'm trying to be a 24-year-old, I'm trying to be an adult, I'm trying to provide for my family, I'm just trying to be so many things at once, and sometimes, I hate to admit it, but social media somewhat has a negative effect, and I think it only has a negative effect when we use it for the wrong reasons and we consume the content there for the wrong reasons. I may see Ditebogo there living her best life. She's constantly booked and busy, and I'm just like, child, I've only done 1 gig this year. So it's the comparison of that, and unfortunately, as a people, that's just one thing that we have to work on within ourselves, and that also comes with understanding yourself. But also, so many things trigger mental health issues. Just talking from a personal experience, working in a male-dominated industry, and being the only female in my team at work is a lot. I feel that when you don't speak up, when you're communicated to, the communication is received or is delivered to you in a very condescending way just because you're young, just because you're a woman, and who are you that can tell me that I've been in the industry for 20 years? And as a young person, I'm constantly told that your problem is that you're an activist. And when we don't believe in our own, in the things that, if we don't believe in the things that we truly want to see change in, we'll never see change. So even if it's a small thing, and you say that, calling someone out to say, please don't talk to me like that. It may take a lot from someone, but at least you voiced out, because I believe that we're silenced so much, and that also contributes to our mental health. As we go on to this topic, there's a quote actually that I really love, and it's stuck with me since Miss South Africa 2020, simply because, I once had ambitions of entering Miss South Africa until, you can see, very short. So unfortunately, that is just a dream, but I love pageantry. And it's a quote from Shudufatso Masida, who is a former Miss South Africa from last year, because she also really loves mental health, and she's an activist for the movement. And she says, I call the mind the powerhouse, the tool that changes lives and the narratives that exist in our society. For any change to come about in our society, we need to empower the mind, because if we do not, we will live in a society that has low levels of self-awareness. And if you think about this quote, it's simply, everything does start within the mind. Every single thing, every decision you make stems from the mind. Every movement you make stems from the mind. And even if things that we don't talk about, they subconsciously live at the back of your mind. So even if you think that that's okay, it's still there. And yeah, in sport, we see it a lot. Naomi Osaka, perfect example. And it takes a lot for someone to call something out like that and be honest about it and say that I'm very affected by this certain thing. But also, I think about the Caster Semenya situation, where everyone was rallying behind her. And unfortunately, yes, she didn't go to the Olympics, but who's checking up on her now? The next Olympics are coming up in about a year, and we're all expecting her to be at her best, forgetting that there was this period now where how many people are actually checking up on her? As a media personality, and I know we have a journalist and some journalists in the room, are we creating safe spaces where we can tell the stories that make people aware that mental health matters? The sports people that we see on our fields, the administrators that we see within our offices, do we care about their mental health, or are we just caring about the results that we want to see? On the field, that is. But yeah, I can say so much about this topic because it's very dear to my heart, and as a young person, and I see a lot of young people in this room, I'm just going to leave it up to the panelists. And moderating this set, well, this panel is Dr. Koketjo Tsebe, who is a woman who I feel like I've known, but I haven't known. We officially met today, but we've known each other. We've known each other. She is from Limpopo, and if you do follow social media, you know she's very active there. In fact, yeah, she's very, very active. At one point, I was just like, do you have a social media manager? Because wow. But she studied at the University of Limpopo. She has obtained various qualifications. She has a BA Honors in Psychology and a Master's in Arts in Clinicals, well, a Master's of Arts in Clinical Psychology. She is a sports psychology lecturer, researcher, module leader at the University of South Africa. And Dr. Koketjo does a lot. She is a team psychologist for Softball South Africa national teams and serves as a SASCOG High Performance Psychology Working Group member. I could say so much more about her, but I think she can introduce herself way better. But I just wanted to let you know what ufundile lo muntu. Ufundile, like, you know, she's educated. And that's what we say in black communities, that, yeah, ufundile, urutegile. So, ladies and gentlemen, please kindly put your hands together for Dr. Koketjo Tsebe, as she'll be taking us through mental health.
Thank you so much. A powerful woman in sports, in broadcasting. Of course, Itu, I always feel like we've always known each other, and I'm honored to meet you today. All thanks to Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture, and Recreation. All right, we are going to be speaking about a topic that is very close to my heart, that of mental health, as a clinical psychologist with a passion in sports psychology. I'm not alone. I've got a panelist of highly experienced and knowledgeable individuals. With me, I have Steve. Please come forth. I will take them through who you are once you're on stage. And I also have Mokhaiji, Miss Mokhaiji Pasha. Of course, in absentia, well, on her way here, is Sandra Kumalo, who will be joining us as we continue to comment about the theme of mental health. I want to be able to have a better view of my panelists and also the audience. Okay, as Itu introduced me, I am Dr. Koketjo Tsebe. I'm a PhD graduate and also an MBA candidate with a special interest in sports psychology. As also indicated, that I have a very strong team with me that I'd like to take you through their brief profile. It's a brief profile, meaning that they could just give us a summary. There's a lot that they have done in their spaces. All right, I'll take you through Ms. Mohaeji Pasha's brief bio. Like I said, it's brief. Ms. Pasha is a social worker by profession. She's currently employed as an assistant director, employee assistance program at Gauteng Office of Premier, where her responsibilities include supporting, monitoring, and evaluating the implementation of employee health wellness programs in Gauteng provincial government. So she holds a very, very huge responsibility for ensuring that the entire Gauteng, we are in Gauteng, right? That all the programs of wellness are well taken care after. Furthermore, Ms. Pasha has experience in providing psychosocial services and program management in the public sector for the past 15 years. She has a strong interest in mental health, particularly in promoting healthy lifestyles and work-life balance strategies. She loves sightseeing and relaxing in nature. Let's give her a round of applause. I'm really honored to share space with you, particularly because we work hand in hand in ensuring that we provide efficient mental health care services to governance, sports athletes, and of course to our patients. Moving further along, we are pleased to have as the panelists, Mapasika Steve Letsike. A brief bio. Steve is the executive director of Access Chapter 2, which is a human rights organization focusing on nationally and internationally advocacy to promote and protect the human rights and empowerment of women, girls, and the LGBTI people in all the diversities. Steve is the Senec co-chairperson, a portfolio currently co-chaired with the Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. H.E. David Mabuza, representing and leading the National Civil Society Forum with 18 constituency-based sectors. Furthermore, Steve leads the National Task Team of the Department of Justice on hate crimes. She further co-chairs the Commonwealth Equity Network, consisting of over 54 members from Commonwealth member states. And I must also indicate that I just learned while we're busy with the briefing that she also served with the SASCOC, Gender Inequality. And I was like, oh, we are also colleagues, that's so great. Also, Steve has international high-level advocacy, public relations, and policy development experience for more than 16 years. Her focus is specifically on gender inequality, human rights, public health, and broader democratic and accountable governance system. She co-led the development of the first of its kind in the world, the GBTI HIV launched in the Republic of South Africa. Wow. And like I said, that will take you through their brief profile. And what stood out for me is that you have contributed immensely, both of you. And I guess that we're going to learn a lot from your knowledge and extensive experience. All right. As you all know that we are still on the COVID-19 pandemic. And as Itu spoke, and also Ms. Mukwebo, that this is the time we need a lot of resilience, and I do know that the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Matamela, also Ramaphosa, indicated that as South Africans, we are very resilient. And this is one of the most important themes that carries out in the spectrum of mental health. Now, speaking about mental health, mostly looking at the impact of COVID-19 thereof, I would like to start with you, Ms. Mohaeji Pasha, to say what are your comments around the impact the COVID-19 had on the mental health?
Thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to be spending the day with a group of women within this sporting sector. I think I was really I appreciated, the opportunity to be a part of this event, because actually I was not aware that the Department of Sports is actually, providing this kind of interventions, the dialogue that you are having today, because I believe it's one of the most important, interventions that we need today. So I just want to say well done to the team behind organizing this intervention today. So to respond to your question, Doc, yes, COVID-19 is still amongst us. I think, in the past 2 months or so, given the stability that we are experiencing as a country, mostly, that is attributed to the vaccination rollout program that the Gauteng provincial government is backing on. We have seen that we are experiencing some form of stability, in the country, and there is really commitment from all sectors to get back and, open the doors for businesses and open, the economy of our country. But I think I want to really emphasize the fact that for us to be here today, to be able to be gathering, in a contact meeting, in person, and I see as I'm observing the room, some of us are not even maintaining, the social distancing protocols, but it's all good and well. And I'm just hoping that as we are seated here, we have taken up, the vaccination, and that we are vaccinated, because really the pandemic has really stripped us of a lot, emotionally, mentally, and even socially. We were required to be distant, and many of us, we've seen that we experience loneliness. And as a country, we even experience what we call a shadow pandemic, the gender-based GBV violence. There was, it was really highlighted as being one of, the shadow social ills that we are experiencing, particularly during the pandemic, because people were forced now to be together in very, close contact with one another, and our movement being restricted. So I'm sure you will all agree with me that we all want to go back, to the life that we once knew. I know during the pandemic, because we were all required to adjust, we were advocating for the new normal, that all of us, we need to really find ways to adjust and, adapt to the new normal, where we had to function, under different ways of doing things. But I'm sure, you would realize that actually that is not ideal. We are social beings as a people. We want to be in contact with one another. We want to engage at a very close, level with one another. And that, the new normal world of work and the new normal way of doing things is really not ideal, because it does take a toll on our emotional as well as mental well-being. So what I want to really emphasize is that we all need to recognize the fact that our mental health does matter. I think as you are in the sports sector, more emphasis is put on making sure that you build your endurance, you build your physical capabilities. And I'm happy to, really learn that with time, there is a lot of integration and recognition for the importance of coaching, of mentoring, which touches on issues of mental health and well-being. So the pandemic has really changed things for all of us. And I'm sure mostly for you, because you are in this sector where we could no longer even, go to the stadiums. We could no longer, you were not allowed to even practice at the height of the pandemic. And so you know for a fact how much it even had to affect your economic circumstances. So I think our message as Gauteng provincial government is that mental health is as important as physical well-being, and that we need to integrate it in all aspects of our lives. I think many a times we tend to want to shift that responsibility, to other sectors outside of our home or outside of our personal spaces. But what I want to recognize about the pandemic is that it taught us the importance of self-care. All of us, we needed to learn better ways of taking care, not only of our physical well-being, of nutrition, but also, most importantly, of our mental well-being. So I think the message that I want to bring here today from the Gauteng provincial government, as well as the NGO sector, that is doing quite a lot of work in terms of providing the 24-hour services to ordinary citizens like you and me, who might find themselves challenged at a particular time in their lives, that there is support out there. I think it's important that we realize that there is support out there and that we need to utilize that support. We need to reach out. And I think I liked what my colleague there said about, just emphasizing on the key role of, the sports administrators, that as we develop these community interventions and community programs, it's important also to recognize that there is a need for psychosocial support for our athletes, and that we need to be able to link them with the community resources that are currently available. Yes, during the pandemic, the resources were overly stretched, I think even the media tried to highlight that the resources are very limited and they are overly stretched. But I want to also indicate that they are there, the resources, and that we need to utilize them so that we can really improve the quality of our life as well as our mental well-being.
Absolutely. Mohaji, you touched based on very key important issues that we do admit the impact of COVID-19 it had on our mental health well-being. Be that as it may be, as the provincial government, you went out and you promote people to take care of their mental health. As much as there could be restrictions, but we need to get out there and reach out for others and also prioritize our mental health. And I must say that when you spoke about self-care, we could just remember on how we became very creative when the pandemic started, and that was centered at our well-being as on the self-care aspect. All right, so moving further along, Steve, what's your take about the impact of COVID-19 on their mental health well-being?
Yeah, no, I think, good afternoon, everybody. Yeah. Look, I want us to reflect a little bit, because COVID was a disruption on top of the multiple epidemics we've been dealing with. I think we must acknowledge that South Africa has had a number of pandemics. HIV, South Africa has the highest HIV epidemic in the whole world. We have 8 million people living with HIV in South Africa. Secondly, TB. South Africa ranks number 6 in the world. So while COVID, is coming in and it's also a respiratory challenge, TB has always been a respiratory challenge for that matter. We've had issues around non-communicable diseases, mortality, and infant morbidity as well there. Now, here we are, including gender-based violence, which was declared a national crisis as well. Here we are, come 2020, boom. On the 5th of March, we are told the first case is reported here. And by the way, you would remember 2019 already in December, in China and other parts of the world, there were already few reports around COVID-19. First case lands in South Africa 5 March. 26 March of 2020, already we have a total lockdown announcement here. What does that mean? Do we have enough time to prepare ourselves? First, this was a national disaster, global disaster. We did not know what to expect. And as my colleague had said, now the lockdown means that we are all going to go back home, sit at home, look at ways of which we're going to operate. Those whose work depend on the physical aspect completely get disrupted. And I want to say that COVID-19 itself has disrupted economy, which then means when the economy is disrupted, the financial income is disrupted, you're more likely to start having depression, anxiety, and so many other issues. And you know, she highlighted even the pressure that also saw the rise of gender-based violence in our country. The rise of homophobia, the rise of transphobia, because not only is it that we're talking about violence against women and children, but we also saw a rise of violence against LGBTI persons, because now people are now stuck with homophobic families and transphobic families. Now, what does that mean? Did our mental health services open up opportunities? Of course, we've got other institutions such as SADC and others that provides online support, right? But you would also know that this is only extended to those who have access. If you have airtime to call, if you have online service to write a message where you get a response back. So we have to always also look at the privileges that some of us have and some do not have. And if you live in informal settlement, if you live in peri-urban or rural context, you must know that access becomes even much more dire for many people. Now, even the schools itself, a lot of young people who stayed at rest and who needed to go back home, there were a lot of challenges where resources available, already parents are struggling to even pay up fees for their children. So you can just imagine the additional burdens that people had to carry immediately. Now, we are still in this pandemic. We have even gone through what we call various waves. Yeah? First wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave. And how many people did we lose along the way? Not only did it disrupt, it has also taken away a lot of our loved ones. Over 90,000 people in South Africa has died. Those are our loved ones. Those are people. Every person that we know, or everyone that we've known, has lost somebody, one way or the other, right? And that has an impact on, one, how we viewed COVID. We did not know how to respond to COVID. So anxiety crept up because we're saying there's no treatment, there's no cure. And secondly is the social context. It's the physical context, it's the economic context. So all of these dynamics played its part. And even worse, the political context. 500 billion was made available, then it went missing. All of these things contributed. Because now, every person that needed help, nobody could all be reached at the same time. We've seen all of us had to pop up money, have food parcels, all of these, share and so forth. And those who could, and those who could not. And I want us to understand the impact even of what happens in the administration and what happens outside the administration. But what COVID has taught us, it has taught us that we can't be on our own. We need each other. That if people don't take it as a lesson, we have lost if you have not taken that. Secondly, it also has taught us that we need to do things differently. It also really interrogates whether our disaster management, more than just the administrative part of disaster management, but of our own lives, do we have ways to manage if anything shuts down? How are we going to live and how are we going to sustain our lives? And that interrogation really exposed the inequalities. It exposed how also we are not connected so much, but we can actually come together. You said something in your introduction, and you said, we are resilient. And I think many South Africans, or those even in South Africa, because in South Africa it's not only just South Africans, we have other people or nationalities. We have demonstrated that level of resilience. If we are surviving and we are breathing now, we are fortunate, but also it means that we were able to fight back, to comply with some of the regulation, vaccinate, and I hope a lot of people here are vaccinated because it really does work. And I know because I did contract COVID-19 in the early stages because some of us did not stop to work. We were required to work as frontliners, right? So I did contract COVID-19 and I was bedridden for such a long time. But even just coming out of there, and that time vaccine was not even available. It was not even available. And at that time, you have one option. Either you go to the hospital and you will be on your own because nobody visits hospital, or either you recover at home and you need necessary support. So those kind of dynamics about what kind of things are happening even in the public health sector. Our public health sector is not perfect. It's struggling. And we know that. And that's why even our government is introducing the NHI, because we want to equalize and ensure that the services that are provided even in the private sector can equally be accessed in the public sector. And you can actually not see the inequality in that. So I think there's quite a lot of lessons to be learned from COVID-19 period. We are still in it. But even with the knowledge, the Minister of Health said a few days ago that we may enter our fifth wave very early, which is really around April, May. So if people do not apply what we were taught, we have to interrogate what we call the social behavior. Us as human beings portray in our daily lives. And if we don't take those lessons along, we're going to find ourselves all the time in crisis.
So much, Steve. I think you shared a golden thread about how the sudden disruption impacted on various aspects of life, how also the financial impact then suggested that one is most likely to have severe stress levels and experience some form of anxiety. Well, colleagues, now that we have set the context about topics surrounding mental health, the impact thereof in the sports fraternity, in governance, and also in the larger community, and of course, still emphasizing that as South Africans, we are a resilient country. All right, I'd like to open the floor to get questions from our audience on the spectrum of mental health. We have hands there at the back. Can we get assistance? Reminder? All right, our panelist is Steve and Mukhaij, just in case you forget. All right, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is actually not a question, but rather me commending you guys for the role you play. Because a lot of us, especially in the sports industry and the ones who are dealing with athletes, we never think as far as actually thinking of the fact that these kids, I'll say kids because I work at a university, these athletes or these children that we're working with are dealing with certain things outside the field. And for us to actually just always want them to perform physically and outperform themselves without thinking of the fact that they're affected mentally from, from their backgrounds. Because some kids actually come to our environments as a scapegoat or a place where they can feel safe. And for us not to give them that environment where they feel welcomed and they feel as if this is actually a safe space. And for you guys to actually now remind us that we need to take that into consideration. So whoever organized this, and to actually have you guys playing such a huge role in advocating for that, I'd like to thank you. And I wish that all of us could actually think of the fact that we're dealing with human beings. And also it's quite important for us to always check on them and actually create an environment where we're not just pushing the physical aspect of their training, but rather the mental aspect too, because an athlete could never perform if their mental state is not in the right condition. So I think that's the first sphere or the first realm of their performance that we need to take into consideration, because we are dealing with humans, they're not machines. And to also just understand each and every individual, instead of just looking at a team environment and thinking everyone is the same. I think we need to do better. And thank you for having this topic as part of this. We're growing as women in sports.
Yeah, my friend just took what I wanted to say, actually. We work very close, and like she said, we have a lot of students that come to us. My point was just that everyone in this room needs to recognize the role they play in their children's lives, their athletes' lives, whether it's male or female. I'm very thankful that we have Stephen Mukhayeji up there who are advocating for that. A lot of students or athletes don't know if they fall within the LGBTQIA+ community. They're still figuring it out. And we are the safe haven that we are unintentionally appointed in these athletes' lives to deal with such. So I want to thank you guys for doing what you're doing. I genuinely don't have a question. Like I said, Lipu took what I wanted to say to you guys. So yeah, that's it.
Would you also just share us your name, tell us your names just before you can speak, so we can also recognize you. It's okay.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Nambia Winfrey, and my questions are general. So whoever wishes to answer, I would be definitely glad to hear it. From my understanding of mental health, I would think that the COVID-19 just brought out the mental bit of it, because I would wish you to discuss the mental health before the pandemic for us coaches to try and understand it better, because I believe that mental health affects both the athletes, the coaches, or everyone who takes part in the sporting sector. So if any of you would wish to just throw in more light on how mental health actually affects the big people who if I would mention coaches, you definitely take a great role. If your mental health is not fine, definitely what you're putting out there is not going to be what is expected of you. So if anyone could clarify, give us just a few examples of some of these mental issues that actually affected the sporting sector before the pandemic, because I believe the pandemic brought out much that we didn't know about. This is when people started saying, oh, now the training is hard, or now, because they can't see their teammates, so giving them that kind of moral support during the training, or when they would not see their therapist during the pandemic, they would now just see them through the screen. Just throw more light. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Let's take this round, and then we'll go to another round of questions. Thank you so much. I think I missed your name. And I will start just to respond to you and give my colleagues to comment on the appreciation of mental health. Well, you asked how were the conditions before the pandemic, right? How were our athletes and coaches? Part of their stressors before that. Remember, in the athletic communities, be it the players and coaches, they're human beings like us. So they're impacted by the on and off the pitch issues. With on of the pitch issues, including pressure, to compete, pressures to be an outstanding player, and also to become an overall winner. That's the part of the sports-related issues that athletes faces. And of the pitch issues, like I said, that they're human beings like us. Maybe they have educational stresses, they're writing exams, family-related relationships, and maybe the pressures from the community because they are athletes and they need to behave or compete to a certain extent. Also include financial related issues. Some go through different mental health conditions rather, such as depression and anxiety. So in a nutshell, either on or off the pitch issues that impact on them, they impact on them at an individual level and also as athletes. Therefore, it's important for them to also take care of their mental health, either pre, during, or post the pandemic. Okay. All right, so I'll hand over to my colleagues. We had the first and the second comments that were just in appreciation of the platform to comment about mental health. Briefly, just to respond to their comments. Thank you.
Okay. And I think I want to just indicate that in terms of my experience, I'm more in the employee health and wellness, program. So I might not be fully versed in terms of what is, currently happening in the sports sector, but I really appreciate what the doctor her response, because it really touches on the specific issues, I believe, that would affect both the athletes as well as the coaches. And I just want to say, maybe just to respond in addition to what the doctor has said, to say, you are actually quite right, The coaches and the players, remember, we are all human beings before you are a specific occupation. So they are also equally affected, by the different aspects that already have been mentioned by the doctor. And most importantly, I think the expectations tends to be where it's actually a big challenge, that we always expect the coaches, that they must always be resilient, they must always be able to respond to the challenges of the athletes. And if there's one thing that I want to highlight today, is to also affirm, the coaches themselves, because I got a sense that we do have some in the room, that remember, you cannot pour from an empty cup. So it's also important that you also prioritize your well-being so that you can be able, to support the teams that you are required to take care of. So yes, there's different aspects. I don't think I have to repeat that. But also what I want to mention is that it's very important that the sporting programs, they really, really need to do, what we call an environmental scanning. I know, some of, the aspiring athletes, like, has been mentioned, they come from very, very disadvantaged communities. And so they get into sports as a way, of coping, or maybe even if you wish, you could say as a way of just, switching off and just wanting something that is very different that will help them to keep busy. And so whatever programs that we really organize and the support system that we really organize, I think it's important that we should also integrate the family and take that into consideration. I think it's important that as the administrators and as the coaches have interest in the kind of family that your athlete is coming from, so that you can be able to know and understand what informs their behavior as a player, what informs, their general way of, doing things and thinking about things, because I think that will help as and when as you are required to support the athletes, that you actually get a sense of where they are coming from and, what kind of a specific support will actually work better for them. And to even encourage, you to utilize some of the community programs that are available in every community. We've got what we call a social services, department, where some of the specialists, as in social workers, they're available to help you, to do the proper family, assessment so that they can inform the work that you need to do as you support, the work that the players are doing. So I think now we know that, and I know my colleague mentioned that, there are obviously, limitations because not everybody has got a cell phone, not everybody has got a smartphone, not everybody has got data, and the ability to be able to access the services at hand using those kind of platforms. But I think as a community, and I like that sports, most of it's structured in teams, and we know when somebody, is underprivileged, and that's where we need to come in and be able to support one another with our resources that we have. I think it will mean a lot just to be able, just to share your phone for somebody to be able to call the right people. So we encourage support groups, and support groups, they don't have to be formal support groups that are run by social workers, but they start there within, the context of the team, that be able to identify when one of your athletes is really, lagging behind and not doing well, and be able to ask in terms of, are you okay? What is it that we can do to support you? Take interest, in your colleagues, and be able to share whatever little resources that you have to be able to support their well-being as well. So the support, really, it starts there at the grassroots level, just by asking somebody how they're doing, it could really mean a lot, and that could be the foundation for exploring how best to can support an athlete. So we really advocate that, as teams, you are able, to support one another and be able to talk about these things. I know there are programs where you attend and you talk about the specific issues. So I think it's important also to have, an item in those programs where you just talk about how are you feeling, where are you? Let's just check in on you as a person, on you as an individual at a more personal level. I think that will really go a long way in terms of helping to support the well-being of athletes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mukhaiji. And she did emphasize that they have social services out there in the province of Gauteng. Thank you so much. Let's reach out and get assistance. It's not only for the athletic community, but for the entire Gauteng residents. As I've indicated during my introduction, that we actually have 3 panelists. I have the honor to welcome and introduce to you Sandra Khumalo, who is a South African second Paralympian rower. Just briefly, Sandra, welcome. Yes,
Thank
just
you.
to briefly introduce yourself.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for having me here. My name is Sandra Khumalo, and I'm a SA Paralympian rower, second Paralympics. Yes.
There's a reason why she just put it briefly, because there's a lot. I have something, and I know you know her. Just go there and read a lot. There's a lot to say about her, and absolutely a lot to learn from her. Sandra, I'm Dr. Tsebe. We have Steve and Mukhaiji, and we had just spoken about the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health and had opened the audience. Just before we refer back to get our last questions, from your side as an international athlete, what are your comments surrounding the impact of COVID-19 on the mental health well-being of athletes and coaches? Thank you.
Sure. Thank you for bringing me to this platform. It's quite big when we talk about mental health, firstly. But talking on my behalf, how I beat it is the importance of why we had to be on lockdown. First, our health first, because if we're not healthy, then we're not able to perform. That's one thing that kept me sane. But yeah, it was a very huge impact because imagine, like, there are a lot of people that have lost also their jobs. And that's one thing that they look forward to on a daily basis. We wake up early in the morning to train. Some they're training twice or 3 times a day is their daily job. So all of a sudden it's been cut. And you're looking forward to go and compete to the world. And all of a sudden it's been cut. So it's like your life has been cut. And that's your lifestyle. And all of a sudden it's not there. And now you're thinking, what am I going to do? And you used to train with a group or as a team, and now you have to train on your own. Where does your motivation comes from also? Sometimes it's not easy to train on your own. You need to be a bit motivated and a bit to be pushed for you to get there where you need to be. Or maybe you think, as for instance, rowing, you think you are pulling enough, but you're not pulling enough. So you kind of put yourself in a comfort zone, thinking, okay, I'm doing this, or whatever that feels good to you while you're training. It's not that good. And for example, with myself, I could not qualify for 2020 because obviously most of the time that I spend, I've been training isolated. I haven't been in the water as a rower. And for you to qualify in rowing, you need to have many times in the water. You have to be like at least 5 times a week, training every day in the water. And that was not there. We didn't have the time out. We could not go and train in the water and be with the coach. So it was like training online, there's a huge difference. So it affected a lot of people not to perform well, not to qualify. Some qualified, but when they got there, they were not strong enough. So I, for myself, I could not qualify because I was not strong enough. And that really affected me from being the athlete that I was in that level, and now I was there. It really affected me because I'm a fighter. I'm a person that don't like giving up. But yeah, things happens. But I didn't sit back. I had to give myself time to think and say, do I want to go back there? And what do I really need? And I've also learned during that time what lacked, what I needed to do in order for me to qualify again. But I'm back and I'm training hard again. And I know that sometimes you slack thinking, you go through a lot of things in your head. But there's a huge difference of training on your own as an athlete and training with a coach. Because we get to be in our comfort zone, of which we need to get out of our comfort zones. But I got back in that habit of being in my comfort zone. And being a person that work and a mother, and I was now putting those things as an excuse, of which they were never an excuse. My life is in boxes, that I wake up 5:30, I'm out of the house. It takes 15 minutes to drive from my house to VLC Lake. I'm there 15 minutes before, stretch and get the boat on the water. 6 o'clock, I'm in the water, I'm starting. So, like now you kind of having that habit of not wanting to wake up, you want to snooze the clock and all that time. But every time you have to wake up at 5. So now I'm back. I'm out of that comfort zone. I know I have to wake up this time, and I know why I'm doing this. The reason I want to qualify and I want to win. And yes, and I want to be an inspiration to the world. That's what I've told to myself. And also with the coaches, it was not easy for them during that time. And some of them, they lost income during that time because there was no one to coach and nowhere to go.
Okay, all right. Sandra, thank you so much for sharing a personal insight into your emotional experiences. I think it's marked by emotional roller coaster, which you came out of ultimately. And of course, when she spoke about that, she picked herself up. That's where that psychological variable we've been speaking about of resilience came again. And of course, aspects of mental toughness and confidence came through to assist her and get back to the game. Thank you so much. All right, so can we get another round of questions? I just saw somebody raising her hand. Okay. Can we get assistance? And once again, please just introduce with your name.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Nandi Pajak, and I am a netball coach at UJ. My question is for any of the panelists. How do we as coaches become sensitive to the signs of mental health? Because we require our students to have mental toughness, but not knowing what they're dealing with as students athletes. So how do we become so aware of the change in behavior if they're dealing with mental health? If you can please help us identify the signs and the sensitive signs of mental health, because they do change in behavior as we deal with them during the season. Thank you.
Can I answer? Let's get another round to respond. Do we have other questions? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Xoli once again. I've got 2 questions. One is for Ms. Mukhaejide, and the other one is for Ms. Kumalo, but I'll start with you, ma'am. How do we as coaches and athletes get help in regards to anxiety and depression? You've just answered that in your statement earlier. But now my question after that was, can a coach just go by themselves to social workers and ask for assistance for an athlete without the parents' involvement? And then, Sawona Ms. Kuman, Ngiyaphila Mamtu. Ngiyaphila says, what are the challenges you face as a disabled person in rowing? What does it take really Ogoti go through everything in rowing? Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Musidi Chauke. I'm a primary school teacher and a coach. I have one question for Ms. Malachi and Ms. Sandra. The first question is, how as a teacher do I, mental health-wise, do I isolate myself mentally? Because most of the time you find my athletes will come to me, confide in me with problems that they're going through. How do I separate myself from their problems and also be able to help them out with their problems? Also, my other question is that in rowing, how can we in schools, because I coach netball, I coach gymnastics, I like introducing my learners to different types of sports. As a primary school teacher, I do most sports. So I like different learners because at an early age, they introduce them to different types of sports, because at that age, you don't know what they're into. So I'm interested in that. Can you, as a federation, maybe try to introduce the sports in school sports as well, so that we can get them at an early age into rowing? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Virginia Mabaso. I will start by responding to sharing a bit of input on this, and Sandra will also respond to that, because I'm responsible for school sport development in rowing. As I mentioned earlier on, the plan as we're leading to World Masters 2023 is to move into all districts in Gauteng. And it's going to be a school-based program as well as community programs. So how we then normally, to access the junior age group and for stability and sustainability purposes, we go into school structures and start the indoor rowing program there, and we have a learn to row program that we take them into the water. In that way, therefore, they come into the progression processes of going through selections and making it through to juniors, to under 23s as they grow up. Coming back to mental health, as someone that I think I'm very protective about sports administrators. I don't know whether mainly because it's my area of specialty or where I work or part of my work. So at the moment, I think federations are not catering for staff support, being coaches, administrators, in terms of making sure that the wellness or debriefing processes do happen with coaches. And I was privileged enough that I started in the health sector first, which was mainly focusing on HIV and AIDS and developing the whole wellness setup in Hillbrow, and that I was part of that whole process. So from that, the health sector, we used to have, every staff member used to have a debriefing session with a social worker by force. Even if you didn't have any interaction with a client or either a person living with HIV and AIDS at that time, you were forced to take your session. If you get there and get a massage and fall asleep, that is how you decided to debrief. So such, obviously it cost the federation, the organization money, but such within sports, it's not available. I've been in sports, this is my 16th year. I've never been taken for a debriefing session, having dealt with thousands and thousands of people and having to actually address their challenges as I go. How I have conquered that is I am a talker. I think you now know that I talk too much. I find someone, even Sandra is my colleague, also helps in the development program. I am a person that is not shy to share my frustrations or my challenges, even how deep or personal it is, they know. I talk. That is your way of debriefing. So it may not be, it does not necessarily need to be in a formal structure of you going through a psychologist. Find a friend, find your family member, or your coaches amongst each other, then you debrief. You know, with athletes, what you can do, how my athletes actually reacted, they write letters to me. We've encouraged, because when we moved to province, they would then write us letters. And we get all sorts of letters. They are very emotional. They are very draining for me to actually put myself in their shoes to say, oh my God, these are the kids that we bring into sports. And they're coming from this type of environment. And there's no kind of setup of help that is accessible to them. Therefore, hence I said when I was up there that we play a guardian role. You need to apply yourself and then be a counselor. You are not taking the child to a therapist without the parents, but you are within that space at that moment, and you need to sort of be that sort of source of strength to the child. Therefore, you play that role of saying, let's sit down, let me understand what's going on. By just listening and letting the child talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, they've done their debriefing. You will take it further to your coaches or to whoever, or when you're writing your reports, you are also debriefing. So it does not necessarily have to be in a formal setup to say, I go through a psychologist. Well, personally, I then taken myself through therapy formally, professionally, because, I mean, there's a lot that has been happening. And also, we carry a lot of, so you do allow yourself that moment if you have access to that.
Yes, thank you.
Can we just put them in just briefly, because we went overboard with time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I am Nompilo Zondi, I'm from UJ. Virginia did touch on something a bit that I wanted to talk about. As sports administrators, coaches, teammates, we have the responsibility to be there for each other. There was an incident last year where one of our athletes attempted suicide. And when he was speaking to the sports psychologist, he said he came to my office, but I was busy. So for me, the sports psychologist came to me to say, can you please talk to him and find out what is happening? And for me at that point, I felt so bad because sometimes you get so busy, you are not accessible to people who want to talk to you. I'm not trained as a sports psychologist, but someone feels comfortable talking to me than having to speak to someone else. So for each one of us here, I will just plead with you. Sometimes people feel comfortable speaking to you, and how you receive them and how you keep their information confidential will matter and will make a difference in their lives. Thank you.
All right, absolutely. I think the aspect of confidentiality is one of the key elements in the profession of psychology, and the entire spectrum of social workers and all the health professionals that we need to treat all information confidential. Is this the last question, I suppose? Okay, we still have two. One more, all right.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Doc. I'm not sure whether it's a question or it's an appeal, but I appreciate to know that you guys exist and you are around, you are available to can assist. I would like to find out the relationship that you have with federation. For an example, I come from an athletics federation. If people watched the Olympics last year, we did not have a medal. However, we have elite competitive athletes in the country from various modalities, even from soccer, netball, or other sporting codes. But when it comes to high level of competition in the Olympics, most of our athletes, they don't achieve, but nationally or even the World Championships, they are able to win medals. But when it comes to Olympics, for an example, Akani Simbini, we know him very well. He has all the resources available for him. He has all the financial support that he needs to. He had competitions that were available for him, but every time an athlete like him is at Olympic level, he's not able to achieve the medal. And now one can see that's the gap that you could see, that is mental preparedness. So, Doc, for me, maybe it's an appeal that perhaps a relationship with federation for mental preparation for athletes who will be leaving the country to go and represent South Africa, so that they can be. I know she's agreeing with me, because I think that aspect is not there. We're missing that.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Matapelo Ntlapo. I work with communication, corporate communication in government. My question is simply to find out that how accessible are your services to everyone who needs them? How do you promote yourselves? How do you ensure to a certain extent that there is confidentiality when one comes to yourself? Because from where I'm from, whether personally or looking at the work environment, most people, they are uncomfortable. They know possibly that your services, they are there, they exist, but they are not comfortable to call, they are not comfortable to come to your offices. So in your own corner, what are you doing? Do you promote yourself in what way? And if you were to compare yourselves from other offices or institutions that you've worked at, do you think that where you've been before, you've at least helped a certain percentage? And if you were to compare, would you say that your experience and your services are improving and making it better for everyone out there? Thank you. I'll stop there.
All right. Okay, that's it from the questions. Thank you so much for your inputs and questions. I think the topic of mental health would always open up a lot of questions, a lot of seeking information, and I'll ask my colleagues in responding to the comments and questions to also be brief, just taking into account the time we've spent on stage. I'll start with you, Sandra. I think there's two main questions that came out with your colleague, Miss. I think I wrote Miss Maba, so you'll pardon me if I wrote it wrong. They spoke about inclusion of rowing in school sports, games, and also the challenges that you experience as disabled athlete.
Okay. Firstly, we have a program that Virginia Mabaso is running, schools development of introducing rowing into unprivileged schools, or most of the schools that do not have rowing in their facilities. She starts with indoor rowing and then introduce the kids into the water, and also including everything with the safety and stuff, because they need to wear like life jackets before they're confident enough to row on their own in the water, and make sure we teach them how to swim, because you should be able to swim, and also how to save yourself in case the boat tips, what you should do. And mostly they don't just leave the kids in the water on their own. There is a coach that goes alongside the boats should anything like that happens, and also telling them with the technique and coaching them. So there is a program in the country that is run by Miss Virginia Mabaso, that she goes around. I also help on the para rowing side, though sometimes I'm not able to travel with her every time because I have to work and I have to train. Okay, touching on the rowing as a disabled person. Okay, where can I start? Firstly, I would say, as a coach, if you're gonna be coaching a para sport, first, I think you need to have love, you need to have the passion, and you need to have the knowledge of how to treat people with disability. Be open enough to talk to that athlete. Talk to me. I will give myself as an example. Talk to me how you need to handle me, because anyway, I can't really say I'm different from any other athlete. I know I need to train as hard as an able-bodied athlete, because believe me, don't think if you are disabled, you're gonna have to train lesser, because believe me, when you go overseas to race, you actually ask yourself, are these athletes disabled or they're faking? No, they're not faking. They have trained. And the coach has to go hand in hand and see, okay, what does Sandra lack in order for her to achieve this speed, in order for her to achieve this time? Okay, with her disability, her back, does she have enough strong back muscles? Does she have enough strong core muscle? Because if you don't have a strong core, you can be fit, but if you don't have a strong core, you can't really speed up in much. And that's when we need to have a gym program that is aligned for any athlete. So, and also the gym program that I do, we work with a biokinetic for the team. And this biokinetic, she's also clued up on spinal cord injury people. She knows that I need to train Sandra on her core and how she has to train me. And she knows this way, instead of me doing it on my own because I might hurt myself. But because of the knowledge she has, she's able enough to train me that she's not going to hurt me. I'll end up having injuries on my shoulder, on my back. That is all well taken care of. Secondly, we have challenges as a disabled person. But what I would say to athletes that are with disability, don't take that as an advantage or trying to make excuse because you are disabled. I know I'm supposed to train hard in order for me to be strong. If I start making excuses for myself because I'm disabled, then you're not going to achieve what you are thinking you're going to achieve, because people out there, then they don't give excuses. You are an athlete, you need to train as an athlete, and you should be able and be strong enough. Believe me, whether you are disabled, you are able, there are a lot of things that you can achieve that you thought you never achieve. I was told a lot of things that I won't be able to do it, but believe me, I do a lot of exercises that an able body is not able to do it. I can sit on a rowing machine for an hour. An able body cannot sit for 10 minutes. They're already huffing and puffing. They can't do it. But already I've been trained mentally, and I've been trained my body, I'm ready for it. Secondly, as a coach as well, there are a lot of things that goes like health-wise. I'll touch health-wise as a woman and stuff. When I share with you as my coach, don't go and share with, oh, Sandra has this problem and that, because that is going to affect me mentally, that now what I'm sharing with you, you going out and saying, oh, Sandra, she has this. That's why I said you should be ready to be a para coach, because you should know there are things that are different that we go through that are different from an able body, and you have to embrace it and see, okay, I'm going to train Sandra, but she has this problem, 1, 2, 3. Okay, how can we help? Then that's when we need a doctor, a medical doctor in. So whenever I'm going through that, there's a doctor to assist me, or the doctor said, okay, instead of you going through this every time, you need to have 1, 2, 3 medication, and make sure that medication that you are given is written on a script in case of doping. You're not going to your own doctor that the team doctor is not aware of, because the team doctor will say, no, I didn't sign for that script. You went to your own. So make sure the doctor that you are using, it's well known. But also I say it's very important to have a strong mental state. Because if you don't have a strong mental state as an athlete, whether you're disabled or not, it's going to be very difficult for you to achieve, or that's when you start going back to your comfort zone. Because I have this condition, you make an excuse. I don't know if I've answered that well. And going to mental health, I'm just going to help her, because I went through that as well. As athletes, we used to have, before pandemic, we used to have a mental coach that before we go overseas or before we qualify, he talks to us, and this conversation is between an athlete and the mental coach. Our coach for rowing does not know about it. Maybe there is something that I'm going through, or something that I'm not really happy that is happening with the coach and me that is not really understanding, because maybe the coach is being stubborn, and this thing keeps going through. Because sometimes you know that is, okay, this is good for me, this is not good for me. In order for me to achieve so and so, in order for me to go faster, I'm more comfortable, I'm more stronger in this position. And maybe the coach, they compare you to another athlete, because maybe that athlete is slightly stronger on their core than you are, and they want you to train like that, which is not good enough. They're hurting you. You end up having injuries. But if I sit upright, I'm much stronger. I can apply more power in my boat than maybe if I'm elevated like a 45 or 65 degree angle. So it's things like that. But sometimes coaches, they think, okay, so hence I said you need to have enough knowledge with a person with disability. And also, we need to have a mental coach that before you race or before you train, they ask you where your mental state is. Or what are you thinking? What do you think the moment you start training? What is in your head? Because most of the athletes, maybe they're not asked that. We just let them train. You just let us train, but you don't know what we're thinking. For instance, I'll give an example with rowing, because that's the experience that I have. If you bring all your baggage in the boat, the coach can see, no, Sandra is not okay today, because you're not pulling enough, or your mind is somewhere, you start going skew, because your mind is not there. So with rowing, you need to be there, rub everything out, take everything out, work, home, whatever, take everything out. Put your mind in that boat and look where we don't see where you're going, but we can align ourselves. Maybe you put a tree, there's a tree in front of you, and make sure you're still facing that tree in a straight way. That's how you see yourself, you're going straight. If you start thinking somewhere, oh, I left my chocolate home, is it still there? Now you're still thinking of that chocolate, then the coach can see, oh, Sandra is thinking somewhere, something else is not there. So mental state is very important. And do you have a race plan? Do you have a race plan? Do you ask your athletes if they have a race plan? What are you thinking? How are you planning your race? How are you planning to race tomorrow? So it's things like that mental coach, they prepare you. Not to think about, okay, don't think about this today. For today, just relax. But when you're on the start line, then you start thinking of it. Or how do you think about the session that you are given? Is it too hard on you? Because sometimes we overwork the athletes. The athletes get too tired. We're not giving them enough time to rest. We're thinking we're training them, they need to be strong, but you're not giving them enough time to rest. So this might cause an athlete to underperform because they've been overtrained, they were not given enough time to rest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. for that valuable input, especially also when you touched base on how you and Virginia play a role in making sure that there's existence of rowing in schools and the development. Because for the athletes to reach the Olympics, there's a division that is playing a significant role, and that is the development. You are fighting, and you're doing a positive contribution. Thank you so much for the input on the other questions. And just briefly, my colleagues, I will allow you to finish off the last comments. Steve, I think the question coming from Ms. Chauke asked, how does she separate dealing with issues, taking herself out of issues involving the learners at school?
Yeah, look, I think first we need to be sensitized. We need to understand on how to deal with people. I think somebody made that comment earlier. I mean, I think the fact that you are a coach, you are in the administration and so forth, even if it's not your role to do so, but I think we socialize. And there's a kind of a relationship that you build with an athlete or a colleague or any other person. And I think the most important thing, you need to be honest about where does the buck stop. If you feel that this is a burden on you, if you're not having that kind of relationship to maintain or to listen or even to be fair. That trust is quite important. But, you know, the sensitization, you know, allows you to be able and to have the capability to manage conversations in a way that you can, and also propose the necessary resource or professions that will be able to handle that. I think, you know, whether in the administration or in, with coaches as well, you can pick up if your athlete is not doing well or is struggling. You need to be able to pick those things up. And where you need to know what kind of resources are needed, have resource list, psychologists, whether in-house or outside, that you can refer, or even support groups. I think my colleague here were talking about, sometimes it's really not about going to the psychologist, it's about what kind of a support system that is there, and then people can really take next steps around that. But a sensitization individually, but also with other colleagues, allows you to be able to manage. If you are not able to manage that first step, the crisis will always kick out around that. But there was a comment earlier about you know, people coming out and how do we manage that as well. And I think it's quite necessary to know we are in a country that constitutionally, you know, the rights that are enshrined are there. But it's whether these rights are a lived reality or not, it's another conversation. We have a constitution that is 25 years old. We have a democracy that is 27 years old. But these rights are not extended to everybody. So you are dealing with people, because of stigma and discrimination, people are rejected. Stigma is a big thing in this country. We have to acknowledge that, not only on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity, because of disability and many other, nationality, race, and many other challenges. And at times, also these issues are intersectional. I can be black, I can be intersex, and I can be a person with disability. I could be living with HIV. And this intersection adds up to the oppressive of marginalization that people experience. Now, the question is, how do we actually ensure that the environment that we operate in, it's inclusive, it's conducive, but it's also affirmative? Because even if you are an athlete, and in the space, your identity is not acknowledged or it's not included. You sign a document, you are a transgender person. This document doesn't speak to you. Already you're excluded. If you come to other venues and you do not have disability-friendly resources, you're excluded. So how do you get to a space where you have inclusivity from policy to action, but also in the environment here, that even if I walk around, I wouldn't be here people talking and gossiping about, hey, Steve is gay, man. I can't, we can't associate and so forth. That kind of environment becomes very problematic, and it increases that level of stress, that level of anxiety. So I think the workplace must be conducive, and if it's not, there needs to be intentions, Doc, to change the environment. You must ensure that the policy is inclusive for everybody. You must ensure that we train people. You can't expect that we put a policy and people are automatically going to adapt to it. You actually ensure that the communication, the awareness, the training is also available to everybody. That's how we can actually make sure we control, we manage how we interact with others and expanding resources for others.
All right, thank you so much, Steve. And lastly, from your side, Mokhaiji, there's just two outstanding questions that came about the ethical dilemma around confidentiality as mental health care practitioners, and also the first comment around how do we ensure that we become sensitive, we promote sensitivity around mental health issues.
So on the issue of confidentiality, I think it's important to acknowledge that for the athlete or the service users to be able to come forward and speak about their most intimate and personal matters, they need some form of assurity that their issues will be kept private and that they will be kept confidential. So confidentiality is the cornerstone of counseling and therapeutic program, because if we are not able to really deal with those issues with the sensitivity and the privacy that it requires, definitely there won't be confidence. People will not come forward and access the services. Having had said though, mental health issues are very complex, and, there is a risk, assessment that we do as professionals that you might not, be able to do as a normal, ordinary human being, that, at times, confidentiality itself, it has to be breached, just to save a life and to be able to get the help that one needs. So I think it's important that, we are empathetic, we use empathy in all the interactions that we have with the athletes, but also you need to know if this is something that is beyond you and requires escalation, requires, reporting either to your next level of supervisor or manager, so that we can get hold of the issue while it's still, at that stage where it requires the urgent attention, especially in cases of suicide, So I think sometimes we tend to struggle with that dilemma, but I think it's important that if you are not sure what kind of help and what kind of support, one would need, that you speak to somebody at the next level in confidence, so that we can get the help out there at the right time so that we can save lives. So acknowledging the fact that I think my colleagues has highlighted that the issues of mental health, they are actually quite complex, and that you might not be in a position to help the person yourself as a coach who is trained, who has empathy, who has love, and who has care, and that it is always important to have a network of people around you who are more skilled in terms of helping you and supporting you. And I think what comes out of this conversation today is that there is probably a gap in terms of, I think Sandra mentioned that there is a mental coach. But here what we are bringing across is that there is a need for therapy, there is a need for counseling, over and above coaching you on the skills and the core of what you need to do. but there is a need for, support that is more clinical and more therapeutic in nature. And there are resources available. If you are at a school, for an example, every school in Gauteng has got a social worker assigned to that particular school. Therefore, the mental health services are available, and they work in partnership with the Department of Health, the psychologist and the psychiatrist. And if you are in a university, for an example, there is campus health services that are available for students, and I think also for staff as well, that you can access, particularly for the clinical support, the therapy and the counseling that we're trying to highlight here today. So I think maybe we need to create a resource list. Coming out of this engagement, I think some people are aware, but I think the majority of people, they are not aware, of where they can go to when they need the services. And perhaps there is something that we can work on, creating a resource list that we can publish in all the communication platforms that we have, so that everybody can know exactly where to go to get the support that they need. So thank you.
All right. Just in conclusion, I will just briefly respond to the questions that were surrounding mental health in sports. As coaches, how do we support athletes? I think the most important thing, they've touched base about the role of coaches as being the cornerstone, having to take care of athletes. I think rapport, building a trusting relationship with athletes, will ensure that athletes can be able to open up and share their difficulties. So that building of rapport is very much important. And you asked about the support federations, the relationship. As serving in the working group of psychology of SASCOC, I do know that we work with federations throughout and also in preparation for international games. And lastly, I don't think there's any last questions surrounding sports psychology, and that marks the end of our panel discussion on the theme of mental health. My sincere gratitude to you, the audience, and also our panelists. From the right side, we had Ms. Sandra Kumalo, the SA second Paralympian rower. Thank you so much for your significant contribution. On my left side, Ms. Tsike, Steve, who advocates for gender inequality and LGBTI plus community. And lastly, Ms. Mohaiti Pasha from Gauteng Office of the Premier, as it serves as a Deputy Director taking care of the employee wellness. Thank you for your contribution as we commented about different aspects of mental health, be it in the athletic community, in governance, in the community, and also the role that the coaches can play and how athletes' mental health needs to be prioritized. For myself, Dr. Kokecho Tsebe, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kokecho Tsebe. I hope that everyone is still okay in the audience. Thank you so much to our panelists as they are going to be taking pictures right now. We need to move along swiftly because I know there are people who are pressed for time, and we did say that we'll be done by 2 p.m. this afternoon. So right now, while we do have the pictures being taken place on stage, the audience, I would just like to ask one question. Actually, I don't know why I didn't bring my gift up to stage, but I will bring it to the person. Just one question. We have a female national team that's playing this afternoon. Do you know who we're playing against and which team is playing? Oh, yes, at the back. Yes, playing against? Does anyone know? She said Banyana's playing today. They're playing at 3 p.m. That is my clue. They're playing against? They're playing against Zambia. Can we give her a round of applause? Okay, I will be coming to the manager's seat to give her, Alia, I'm officially calling her manager today. So, but while they take the pictures on stage, I wanted to turn our attention to the screens. We have a message that's coming in all the way from Atletico Madrid. It's from Thembi Kgatlana, who is playing for Banyana. She is a star for us, and she's plying her trade overseas. So she's going to be talking about her book, which is Strike a Rock, the Thembi Kgatlana story. And this essentially is going to link us to the next panel because The title of the next panel is Author of Her Own Story. So I will introduce who the moderator of the next panel is going to be, but for now, can we please just turn our attention to the screens?
Hey everyone, my name is Timber Katlana. I play for Atletico de Madrid in Spain, and I also play for Banyana Banyana. On this video, I'll be talking about my book, which got released a couple of months ago and was written by Nicholas Kekines, and it's titled Strike a Rock. My book talks about my life, and it's totally different because it's not only about the Timbi Khatlana that a lot of people know, who's just a footballer. It covers a lot of aspects about my life, how I grew up, where I come from, and what I always did, and what I'm always doing. Right now, it takes you on a journey about my life, something that people wouldn't expect to see or get because they always read about me on the papers and magazines. So in this book, it's a different journey. So you have to be prepared to, get to know who Tembi is. The reason I wrote the book is because there was a huge gap. We wanted to close this gap where a lot of people requested interviews to know about me. So we came up with a plan to write the book where people will know who Tembi is. Not Tembi the soccer player, but like I said earlier, Tembi who comes from Motlhakeng, what she did, what inspired her, what pushed her to be the person that she is today. I think this is why I wrote the book, so people can bring the Tembi, the footballer, and Tembi, me, together, so everyone can have access to knowing who Tembi is on and off the field. The things I love, the things I appreciate, the things that make me tick, the things that make me to be the person that I am, apart from football. The challenge I had prior to releasing the book or publishing the book was time. Because when we came up with the idea of writing the book, it was right at the start of the pandemic, and everything was just up and down. We were not sure how things would be, but we kept on pursuing the project of getting the book out, and I think we're working against time, but because of COVID, things slowed down. That means we had more time on our side to actually get the real story out so people can know who I am, where I've been, where I want to be, the things I've experienced. So I think having time is more important when you want to write a book. You just don't want to write something so people can just read it. You want people to engage, you want people to connect, you want people to know the reason behind getting the book and the story behind the book and the motivations behind the book. So I think we had lots of time for us to get the book out, and it really helped us to prep everything. The advice that I have for anyone that wants to write or release a book is knowing that your story has worth and value, because as people we experience things differently, we go through different things and we handle things differently. So if you think that your story is good enough to inspire someone else, I would say go for it, because we need more stories right now, especially in the world that we live in, to inspire a lot of people. Yes, we may come from different backgrounds, different communities, but life is just life, and getting people to experience things and to talk about them may help someone else that hasn't experienced those things, so that when they experience them, they have a better way of handling it, a better way of facing it, or even better solutions to it. So my advice is, if you think that your story is worth it and has value, we need more of those stories. Take them out. I hope you will enjoy reading Strike a Rock and that it will inspire you.
Okay, so from what she said, one thing that I do agree with, and I fully do agree with, is the fact that we all have a story, and your story has the ability to change another person's life. And I think when we own our own stories, woo! I just lost my train of thinking. But anyway, let's just move along. Let me introduce the next panel, which is going to be moderated by Matsalane Mamabolo, who is a renowned journalist who has been in the industry since the year 1996. Now, this man does a type of journalism that I really care about, which is the human angle and the human interest stories. So he's authored a book called Yoyisa, a book that people who have read it will understand that it's a very graphic and painful book, as it is a book that tells it all about the Eastern Cape ultra runner Nzombe Sintu Mfuzi and it's her rape ordeal. So this is Mamabolo. Tate Mamabolo has covered 3 FIFA World Cups. He's done 2 AFCONs, 2 Olympics. He's covered some EPL games, some Spanish games, and also some games in La Liga, UEFA, the CAF Champions League finals, and it goes on and on and on. And it's authors like this and it's journalists like this that I believe create safe spaces and the type of people that athletes find it safe to share their stories with him. So ladies and gentlemen, please do welcome Tate Matsalane Mamabolo to the stage as he will be moderating Author of Her Own Story.
Where do I Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very fascinated by what Thembi has just said. Thembi has written her own story. It's something that I feel we are lacking. Earlier on, Aliyah was in the panel here, and listening to her story, I felt that she's somebody that we should be knowing about. I didn't know about Aliyah. Aliyah is a top rugby player in our province. And I think that's where the weakness is in terms of our sports, that our female sports stories are not told. And I think a lot of us will know the reason for that. Our media industry is dominated by us men. Too often I was talking to a few people earlier that in the newsrooms, a lot of times people will say, oh, Banyana are playing today. But that story will go to the inside pages instead of the back pages. And that's where our role as media people, I think, has to change a little. And with me is a panel, I feel, that has the ability to help change that narrative, that we should now be telling female stories much better than we used to do. We have a lot of great female sports stars, but their stories are not known. I have 3 very dynamic females with me who are going to help us tackle this author of her own story. How is it that we are going to help our athletes in the province to share their own stories, to be able to take ownership of their stories so that young athletes coming up are inspired by their stories, but also so that the female athletes we have are able to share in the commercial values that we see in sports. A lot of sportsmen are making a lot of money out of sports, and too often they get sponsorships because of who they are and how they sell their stories. So I'll ask my panel to introduce themselves. We'll start from the left, far left.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ditebogo Kgothatso Mailula. I am a football influencer. I also have a football podcast called Footy Preview with DK, where I talk about previews of the English Premier League or even international football. And I also host Twitter spaces about international football. I create Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok football content. And I'm right now just branching into creating Formula One content, as well as African football content and content for women in sports.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anastasia Mlomu, the founder of the Gentleman Mama. The Gentleman Mama is a concept that came about 2020 with the mission to support a broken man into a gentleman. Actually, the concept was brought by a woman who is a firm believer in the notion that healing the man starts with healing the society starts with healing a man. So now the Gentleman Mama concept, it is here to heal men and also to form a relationship between women and men that will hold hands together as brothers and sisters and form a relationship that will heal the society and create a better society for the next generation. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adelaide Moyeng. I'm actually a creative freelancer. I do content production management, and I also shoot live sports. I'm a camera operator, a female camera operator, and that will be the context that I will basically be speaking of. I am in the digital space, and I do create content for streaming platforms like your Netflix and YouTube as well.
The challenge, ladies, that I've just mentioned, we have a lot of female sports stars in our country, in our province, yet their stories are not told. Tembi said in the video that we've just watched that too often people will want to know who she is, but the platforms are not there. The media houses too often are run by men who sideline female sports. It has changed. When I started, I remember back in '96, there were no female reporters, very few. Lately there are. We have Tebogo. We have a lot of female media people. But do you ladies feel that we are telling the stories the right way? Are we telling the stories enough? And if not, how do we change that? How do we start helping our sports women author their own stories? Can go, Adelaide.
Okay, I think I'll start. I think when it comes to our female athletes or just women in sports in general, not enough coverage. We don't have enough coverage on women in sports simply because everything is just surrounded on men in sports. And because there's so much commercial value that comes from the men's side of sports and not enough is invested on the women's side. So with women, we are often even with women in media, and this is in sports, that we are often told, no, women don't belong in football or women don't belong in this type of sport. You should be in the kitchen. And sometimes when you do try to pursue something in a male-dominated sport, you are sidelined as a woman and not enough is invested in you because they feel like you do not belong there as a woman. And I think it's up to us to create platforms and even spaces where we can tell stories about these women. We can just let people know that women are and can be in male-dominated fields and can do it as well as men do. So with football, for example, I'm in football. We see Bafana, they play good football, but then we see Banyana, they are doing extremely well. But then there's not much invested in Banyana. There's not much coverage in Banyana. All the attention goes to the men when our women are doing so much for football and doing so much for themselves abroad and even locally. So I think it's up to us to really create more platforms to tell stories for these women, to stand up with these women and for our women.
I don't think, it's working, okay. I think we have a couple of issues in the media space in terms of sports. Number one, representation is lacking when it comes to females on the field and off of the field. For me to even get into shooting live sports, I didn't even know it was an option as a female because I don't know why, but I just automatically thought only men were allowed to do that. There's no one that told me that it was an option. There's no one told me that there's access to it in the first place. And no one even told me where or which platforms I can go to in order to put myself in those spaces. So when it comes to female stories as well, there are no documentaries that we're seeing of pivotal female figures in sports. It's always males. It's always the sports team that are fully males. But what about the female teams? How are they being represented? What about upcoming stars? I didn't know that the lady on the first panel this morning, I didn't know that you were, doing all these things in the rugby space. I think it would be very informative for me to know that maybe there's a documentary about a female who's trying to dominate the rugby space. Why is it that when it comes to men and males specifically, they've got access, they've got sponsors, there's interest, but somehow someone doesn't think that maybe we would also want to hear stories about females and how they go into those spaces and how they navigate those spaces. So maybe the medium of media in general is also missing the opportunity that there is a demand. It's not like people are not interested, but that maybe they're not taking advantage of the fact that there is interest, and then how do we supply that interest? Because maybe if we start with just one documentary about a female in sports, doing one particular sports that no one knows about, if we focus on rowing and we show you that there's interest in it and there's different ways that people are entering that space and they're doing things in different communities, then maybe they would see that there is a demand for it, but because it's not necessarily male or it's not something that is popular, it doesn't get the same amount of attention. So I do think that representation, like I said, is a big issue, and us maybe feeding it to a demand, because everyone watches sports. Why do we just think that males are the only people that consume sports?
But I think one of the things I picked up over the years is the females as well. I think in a way you are to blame in a way. I'll give an example that I've picked up a lot of times. When there's big soccer tournaments, there's excitement all around. You even see the media publishing stories about the hot males, and then there's this whole women want to watch this sport. And then that sort of changes. It makes people think this is the sport that should be watched. But surely, when there's a FIFA World Cup for the women, we all want to watch it. And I think as media practitioners, we need to do that. But also, for the associations themselves, the Aliyah example for me is very powerful. She plays for the Golden Lions, Gauteng's biggest rugby team. If you ask any one of us here, they will tell you who's the guy who plays scrum half for the Lions. But very rarely, I used to work for the Star, I still freelance for the Star. And not even the Golden Lions themselves would not be sending information to us about their female team. Whereas when it comes to the main team, we get bombarded with press releases and email. So I think it's the role, while it is upon us as the media to make sure that the female stories are told, it's also incumbent on the associations, the clubs themselves, to also help change the narrative towards that. The one thing also that I wanted to discuss with you as my panel, we speak about Tembi's book is coming out. Are people buying it? Will people buy it? I've written a book about Ntombi. She's a female sports lady. It's not necessarily a sports story. It's a story about she was raped, but she talks about how sports has helped her, running has helped her overcome that. But the one thing I found is that females are not buying the book. So there needs to be a change in mindset in terms of us supporting each other. If we are going to be able to tell our stories, we as well as women need to be able to be consuming those kind of stories.
Okay, I'll answer that. Actually, I forgot to mention that I'm an author of a woman's perspective on the role of men in the society. It is very important for women to support each other in whatever that we do, because we should form that sisterhood that will also encourage men to support us as well. Because we can't be in a position where we want to form a sister and brotherhood relationship where we don't want our own fellow sisters to progress in life. So yes, the concept that you are raising now, it is very important, because if I am an author, or okay, if she is an author, I must be in a position to say what is the book, to find out what the book is all about, and also support and also assist with marketing if I can, or promoting the book to my fellow family and friends and colleagues.
I mean, we have, I mean, Ma'am Dora earlier on spoke of her experience. She spoke of how she ran Comrades in 1989. And I found that very fascinating, because if you know your South African history, the first black woman to run Comrades ran it in about 1980. So, like she said, there was just very few of them who were running. Yet here we are, we have essentially a legend in our midst, but not many of us know about her. And it's because a lot of us, we think our stories are too small. We sort of underrate ourselves. But I believe that if we as sports women are proud of what we achieve, we are not afraid to talk about our achievements. We are not afraid to write books or to do documentaries about our achievements. What that will do is it will encourage the younger generations coming up. There'll be more role models. For example, I mean, I have an 18-year-old daughter who watches sports, but all she talks about are the overseas people, because here at home, we have the stars, but we are not projecting them in a way that our young people will be inspired by those. And I think the challenge is upon us as the media to do that, but I suppose you as sports people as well, be bold enough to go out there like Tembi did, tell your stories, be bold we live in a time, I mean, Ditebogo will tell you, you guys live in an era where telling your stories is fairly simple because of the social media platforms. Let's be able to use that. Let's tell our stories through that. I mean, Ditebogo, you have a huge following as an influencer, but how would you advise the sports people in here on how to use social media to make sure that their brand grows? Because as your brand grows, corporate South Africa then gets to want to partner with you, and then you get to commercialize your value as a sports person.
I think the easiest way would be to find your niche within sports and then try to engage or even create your own content within the sports that you are interested in order to grow your platform. And also creating content that people can relate to, creating content that people will love. I think that's also key, as well as consistency. You know, just because you see someone else doing the same thing you are doing doesn't mean that you should stop. You can also do it, but then do it in your own way, you know. Just find your own way of telling your own story, find your own way of telling stories of other people, but also just make sure that you find your niche and keep being consistent. And I know that that following will come with the quality of your work, the consistency, and even just growing friends and networking within the field that you want to be in. So yeah, I think that could be the easiest way to do it.
To add on what you were saying, that as much as we'd like to ask questions of why are institutions not necessarily supporting sports stars or individuals in sports, we can also just take it upon ourselves to try and solve certain problems instead of waiting for assistance. We live in a digital age where you can post things yourself and create your own content, and from there you can build, like you said, an audience. Instead of you maybe waiting for example, an SABC to sponsor you for a show, YouTube exists, you know? You can find people that are in the space that want to create content. There are lots of videographers, photographers, people that want to make lots of content. You just need to find ways where maybe you can access those people and make your own content. At this point in time, a lot of things are going digital. Most of us are consuming your Netflix, your Showmaxes, your YouTube that is not restricted. You know, no one in the streaming and digital space is saying this is the only way to do it. So maybe we should also take advantage of those kinds of spaces and make our own content so that it can be consumed the way we would like, because we don't have to rely on these institutions anymore, like, for example, your SABCs or whatever. They're not the only places where we can make sure that content gets to 18-year-olds or people that have interest in sports. So I'd say it would be a good idea for us to take things upon ourselves and maybe solve some of those problems by ourselves instead of just waiting for things to change, because how long is it going to take? We're still in spaces where we can say we've got access, but really, do you have access? Do you feel as though you could pitch something that is educational in terms of sports, or even fun? Not everything can be educational. Maybe you have a fun sports idea where you want to show children in the community interacting with a new sport. Are you now going to wait for SABC to fund you? Are you going to wait for DSTV to one day say, okay, maybe we'll give you a chance? Or would you rather just shoot whatever you can and put it on digital space and see how well that does? Because maybe some people are interested in that, and you don't now need to force to market it. You know, it's already there. It's a niche market. It's in demand. You don't have to push for certain things. So I would say let's also try and solve our own problems in terms of taking advantage of digital spaces that we have now. The fact that she has a podcast, now all you need to do when you go on streaming services is try and look for sports shows where the niche is sports. Or when you go to streaming sites, look for the sports type of shows. So I just feel like maybe, let's try and solve the problem ourselves and take advantage of what is already there.
Won't you also say that the challenge for sports federations and sports people, especially here in Gauteng, is exactly what you are saying, that we've been too reliant on sort of the traditional media to be coming to us and telling our stories. Yet we can do that. But the know-how, how do they get the know-how? Are you people as members of the media, as people who are specialists in this, available and willing to say go to maybe an athletics club, Mama Dora's athletic club, and say, we need to help you form your own YouTube channel? Are people willing? Because too often it's also the cost of doing this. A lot of the clubs here and the sports people here maybe come from the grassroots where the financial muscle to do those kind of things are not there. Are we as media people who are experienced available and willing to help?
I really don't think so. And I really like what you mentioned about, just taking initiative, because sometimes, yes, we do go through financial strains where you want to tell a certain story, but then you do not have the right resources in order to get that story out. But what I've always believed in is to just start with what you have, whether it's a cell phone. If you don't have a cell phone, I don't know, ask someone for a cell phone. There's just always a way, even if it's the smallest way, there's always a way you can reach out, and there's always a way that you can bring whatever story that you have out to the people. But it's always about taking initiative and not sitting there, but using the little that you have to get to where you want to be. And eventually you will get there just with the little steps, but nothing will fall on your lap when you're just sitting. You just have to take initiative and do what you have to do what you can do, and the rest will follow.
I think when it comes to the question that you just asked now, isn't it funny how for certain things there's funding, but for other things there isn't?
Look, it's a man's world, sometimes people say. Somebody used that phrase. It's something that's very painful, even for me as a guy. I've seen it happen where we'll talk. For example, Banyana are playing. We know the reality of our country is the South African Football Association will give a lot of the money to buy Bafana, and Banyana get the leftovers. And yet, my view is they feel by Bafana sells more. But I'm thinking we as a community, we as people in sports, as the women who run sports, have the ability to turn that around. If we tell our stories, because too often it's always about that. Corporate South Africa will want to go. When they go, you ask them for a sponsorship, they look for the numbers. Are you in social media? Are you here? Are you here? If we start telling our stories, if we stop being shy and just go out there, like you say, put them out on YouTube, put them on all other avenues and platforms, the possibility of us being seen is bigger. The possibility of the commercial partnerships coming through are also there. So I think the challenge today should be for all of us to say, Let's be the authors of our own stories. Let's not be afraid. Let's not wait for somebody to tell us stories, like the Tembi Khatlana story. I mean, there have been a lot of top players before Tembi whose stories haven't been told, and she's been brave, and my hope is that she inspires a lot of other women who will then go out there and tell their stories. I think we can open for questions if there are any from the floor.
Do I need to? Okay, sorry, I was asking if I needed to introduce myself. I'm Munira Ramatullah. What I want, it's not really a question, but more of a comment and more of, I'd say, affirmation. I think first and foremost, what women in sport need to understand is that they are authors of their own story, but they lack that in a lot of ways. They don't want to be the ones telling their story. And that needs to change. I had a recent experience where I just shot 8 episodes recently, and I had to find images and overlays and stuff to actually put together. And there were certain athletes, the younger athletes, who had a lot of that on their social media platforms. But, I mean, I'll give it an example. I'm not going to name her now, but she's actually quite a prolific striker, a female athlete, where I couldn't really find much imaging of her in order for me to tell her story correctly in what I was shooting. And that, number one, needs to change. Number two, needs to change as well, is that we need to take control of. We need to stop sitting back and saying, SABC is not funding me, or this person or that person. I mean, talking about a YouTube channel, it costs you nothing to open a YouTube channel, absolutely nothing. You go on as long as you have a Google account, you sign in, you are able to open your YouTube channel. You don't need a professional camera to shoot content. As long as you have a decent enough phone, you are able to shoot that content. There is so much available within the women in sports space and so many stories that need to be told. Whether it's, I mean, as she said, you find your niche, and you need to be able to find your niche and be able to tell that story. Whether it's been told 10,000 times before, nobody's going to tell it the way that you are telling it. So you need to start taking control of your very own narrative. And it starts with simple things. How do you deal with your social media? How do you update your social media? How are you able to tell your story through your own social media? And how do you then get that out there? Social media is free. People spend a lot of time on Twitter talking things that they should not and have no idea what they are talking about. Use that space for you to tell your story. Use that space for you to put out content. If you want to be a blogger, or whether a sports blogger or a sports content writer, sports content producer, use that space. And I think the other thing is that people also need to understand that the fact that somebody is a woman does not mean that they have an interest in ensuring that women's sport content is out there. You know, not everybody has that ability or the vision to do that. And find the ones that can, you know. It's really, really simple. I mean, I could stand here and tell you stories for days about how I've been able to get my content out, or my organization's content out, and being able to just do a whole lot of different things and a whole lot of projects which then drive towards creating avenues for women in sport. And yes, I'm busy. I have a presentation this week on the future of sport in the digital age. And while I was doing research on that, I think I come from Gen X. Don't look it up, then you'll know my age. But I think I come from Gen X. But what was interesting in the research that I did was that the Gen Z or Gen Z, whatever they want to call them, is not interested in sitting in front of a TV screen and consuming content. But what happens is that you want to tell a woman's story and you're more worried about running behind an SABC or this or that. They're not interested in sitting there. I mean, you find even with your EPL games at the moment is that the generation that is filling the stadiums is not the Gen Z, because they want to go in there, they go onto their phones, their tablets and whatnot have you, and they're able to just watch what they want. They want to watch the highlights. They want to know who scored. How did they score? How do they take that and crop it and put it onto their social media, and then it looks cool and stuff like that. And that's how we need to be thinking. Yes, we might have missed the conventional television age when it comes to producing women in sport content, but we have a golden opportunity of capitalizing on the digital age, and how do we put that content out there? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there further questions? There's a hand up here.
Good afternoon. My name is Relebgile Kgange, and I'm from the Vaal University of Technology. And I have a question for Ditebogo. I wanted to ask you, how do you make sure that your social media pages always has viewers and it's always up and there's always views? Because we know that youngsters are not interested in sports, especially mostly women. Like they don't have interest in sport at such. So how do you make sure that you always have viewers?
Okay, like I mentioned earlier, that being consistent with your content is very key. So posting all the time and also finding your niche. It's very easy to get those views when you have a niche and you know that these are the people that I'm sharing the content with, and I know that these people will watch my content, and also continuously engaging with my niche. So it's not just about posting content for them, but also even engaging with them, asking them questions and how I can improve myself, or what more content do they want to see from me. So it's very, very important for you to find your niche, and once you find your space, then you can just post whatever content you need to, and they will always be there, as long as your content is quality, as long as you're consistent with it, and also as long as you are not just pushing your people away, you're constantly engaging with them, asking them questions on how you can improve yourself, but also asking them what type of content they want to see from you going forward.
Add on to that, I was going to say during COVID, people like camera operators and people that work with lots of physical equipment, I'd say, we were basically stranded for like 2 years, essentially. I'm not really sure if other people were able to get other jobs, but I lost multiple gigs and I did not know what to do. Luckily, I do also have a Instagram page centered around movies and television shows, but I was also, when I was doing that, I didn't necessarily have education in terms of what to do socially and branding and strategy. And then I realized that there are a lot of actual free online courses when it comes to branding, when it comes to social media development, when it comes to digital marketing. And it's things that are free and available. It's just I guess maybe we're just not told that it's there. In your mind, you think you have to go to some college and pay thousands. But if we're gonna go the digital route, if you YouTube today how to increase your followers, there is a video. If you YouTube today how to brand myself as an athlete, I'm sure that there is courses or that there is a video where someone gives you step by step of how you can start by yourself, and you won't need to do all these ups and downs. It's things that you can start with, just educating yourself as well. We should also take advantage of the fact that there are a lot of free things because of COVID that they've resulted, that now forces us to self-educate and teach yourself how to do it. So if you feel like maybe you want to start working on your brand as an athlete, maybe start looking onto YouTube pages, or maybe look into Google and just type in what is the step-by-step of what I would then have to do as an athlete to brand myself a particular way so that my following can increase. And I'm sure that could maybe give you a more realistic outcome and solution-based to help yourself in terms of building an audience.
Sanbanan, Smatapelo Ntlapo again. I want to comment. It's not a question, it's a comment, maybe a thought to put across to everyone. Firstly, our female athletics, I believe that they don't understand that they are the brand themselves. That it starts within you. If you have an interest in what you do and you think it's worthy enough to make a story. That's where it is. The reason why we know Maria Carey is because she created a brand. And another thing with athletics, specifically for females, when you look at other institutions, we're talking earlier about mental health, physical support and coaches and things like that. But you will find it very small that all these female athletics, on their side, they've got a communication specialist of some sort. They've got a social media specialist to a certain extent or exposed to such. For you to make something better, you need to align yourself with people who are specializing in such. For your book to be sold, people need to have an interest on you. So if you are not a brand and you are not at all aligning yourself with people who know how to communicate and market something better, then you are going nowhere. Let us not forget that at times, if I cannot do it myself, I need to find somebody who can. He wrote a book about somebody else. That person probably could not write a book about themselves. But now the question is, how are we then going to promote the book? It's the first time myself hearing of such a book. I think the last book I read about a South African was that lady who was sort of raped by Zuma. Yeah, but most of the books of females in South Africa, they're not being marketed. But if you say Tyler Perry now, I tell you, everyone in high school knows who is and what they are doing. If you say Kardashians, they know what they are. It's because these people understand that first, I'm a brand as a human being first. Then they take pride in what they do. Then they find something that they are so good at that no one will tell them otherwise. To such an extent that even if they lose a sponsorship, but because they excel at a specific item in their lives, they continue to live off it. So maybe our female athletics need some communication, something, expert to coach them. And they also need somebody who motivates them. The video that was played earlier, I listened to it and I could tell she was feeling uncomfortable on the video. She was not dressed appropriate for a video shoot. I could look at the background. There was some flourish, blurry something at the back. I'm only seeing those things because I specialize in communication. I would have said, why don't you put some this? Why don't you do like this? And things like that. But because that video, I'm not sure, maybe it was not shot with somebody who's a specialist, somebody who pays attention to detail. But you cannot sell me a book when you don't look like a person who's educated yourself. You cannot sell me your book when you're not comfortable to elaborate further what is it about. You get me? And the moment you stutter, the moment your voice is unsure, then you are losing something important when it comes to it. So maybe we need to teach people what is a brand. Why Somizi is successful. Why are people complaining that Somizi was the choreographer, now he's there doing the advert, now they are chasing him there, but he got another gig somewhere. It's not because the world in South Africa loves Somizi, given that he's a gay black man. But it's because the way he sells himself, the way he does his things. So it's not that we lack examples, it's the fact that probably we lack the passion to do whatever that needs to be done. And lastly point, I promise, possibly. When it comes to communication tools, whether it's social media, your television, your print media, they are stereotyped in what they believe the audience out there want to hear. That's how it works. So if you want it to be big, then you need to then align yourself again to a certain institution. So what maybe people are lacking out there is that I open my own YouTube channel. Then I say, I've got natural hair, and then I stop there. You get me? But I don't align myself and follow and get to retweet another institution that also has natural black hair. You get me? So you just stand there in the middle of nowhere, in the highway, it's dark, we are not saying help or anything like that, you get me? So that is another thing, because what's the use of you having a social media account, but you are not aligning to people who are in the same field? Because that's where you talk of stakeholder engagement, stakeholder and association. that you need to associate to the same thing that you are at. And you find that people out there, they are successful. But what's the use of you being successful in Gauteng when we've got 9 provinces? It's very, very sad. I'm shocked that you didn't know Banyana Banyana is playing. I've been working from home. I don't know if maybe I missed an advert on TV. I'm on social media, but honestly, I did not see anything. The only thing I saw on social media was this rugby coach of Zambia, or Zimbabwe, who's making it big. But if you ask me now, who's her name? Dololo. I don't know. How does she look? I don't know. Does she have kids? I don't know. Because people, they lack how to promote themselves. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a last question or should we wrap it up? We need, okay. There's one here and that's. Should we wrap it up? Okay, last question, please. Where is the last?
Sure, Sanbanan Tambam. I know everyone is tired, but again, let's be quite honest. There's this thing, SEBs are PhD syndrome, which is pull her down syndrome. We're not gonna go forward as women or in sports if we still have that mentality. That mentality ends izinto zibe stagnant. So at the end of the day, if you see one coming up, why unga be na that hand to assist instead of you pulling her down? If you have something to help me with and I don't know how to do it, better yet, help me, assist me so that I may move forward. Now, at the end of the day, Tembi libugaya hai most probably ngai reka or ngasi reki kaore. One, angiaz. If I wasn't here, I wouldn't have known about it because I'm not on social media. So ezinye izinto asibeni na that thing yokuthi simita abanye halfway. Bakhona bangekho ku social media. Let's meet them halfway. Let's find a way of meeting them halfway. Like now, what we're having here, it's meeting some of us somewhere because we are learning some of the things. We got information that we wouldn't have got Estradin. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to my panelists for your insightful contribution, and thank you for being a lovely audience. Thank you so much. Let's get going.
Oh, okay. Is this one more question? Oh, Haibo. Are we sleeping here? Does VUT have beds, like accommodation for us? Okay, last comment.
Afternoon all, my name is Disneem. Firstly, thank you to my little team over here for advocating for this last question. I do believe hopefully this question will inspire everyone to actually take a stand, whether you're a coach or player in your respective fields. Firstly, my name is Disneem. I'm a media manager and a sports science coach. I also run a developmental netball club for seniors and juniors in a little Indian town in the West Rand. And my question to the panel is, as a coach, I've taken a very proactive stand when it comes to social media and my players, to a point where I make sure I follow them across all of their social media boards to maintain that identity, because at the end of the day, they are not only representing themselves, but they're branding for my club as well, if I could say so. And what I found is that they don't understand, especially my juniors, they don't understand the power of their voice on social media. They don't understand the power of branding. And recently, I'm getting to my question, recently our club has been dealing with a cyberbullying incident. And I want to know from the panelists, are there programs available to our clubs that where someone can come in and educate our youth on the power of social media, the power of branding, and cyberbullying specifically.
Look, I mean, thank you for your question. I think there are a lot of people who are specialists. Edith Tebogo, for example, has a lot of following. She has the understanding of how social media works. I think as a club, you could reach out to people such as those, people who can come in and train your players in terms of how to handle social media and all that. But I think you are right that too often we allow our kids into these spaces without really training them. And I think what we are not trying to advocate here is to say, be the author of your own story without you knowing how to do it. So people here, I mean, for one, I'm not big on social media. I've been in the traditional media platforms for over 20 years, and I'm willing to share with whoever wants to know how to deal with media. And I'm sure some of my panelists would also be available.
Discussion that we've had so far, I think what we can take away from this discussion especially is that there's a definite big missing link between media and sports and how we can use each other to benefit one another. So there's a missing link in terms of branding and communication and knowing how to present yourself. And also now there's also another missing link of using social media to your advantage, but also being aware of the fact that there are pros and cons to everything that you use. And so clearly then maybe it's a matter of education. Maybe let's start with that, like you said. Maybe let's start initiating some programs in terms of social media where we can give or help and assist players, coaches, facilitators in how they want to go in terms of using social media for their clubs and what they need to do in terms of building their brand, I think. So education seems to be the biggest thing that we don't have at the moment, and I think we need to get into that space. And also finding other people that are interested in the same thing. It seems like there's a lot of people that are interested in the same things, but they're not aware that there's a person that's available for that. Like the fact that you do social media for your club, don't you think it would be great if there was some sort of support group for coaches to help and assist each other and say, this is what worked for me, try this out. This is what didn't work for me, try this out. And then maybe the players themselves can see that, oh, that one particular coach did this and this and this with their players for their social medias. Let's try and adapt that same thing and see if that can help us out. Then maybe we can help each other out to navigate the space, because clearly it seems like we're all in the dark. So from us now being aware that we're in the dark, let's try and find a way to fix it and educate each other and especially help each other. If you find that something is working really well for you, don't keep it to yourself then. Let's try and work on the pulling her down syndrome and seeing that, okay, some clubs are doing really badly in my area, and I'm aware that there's a club that has a team, but their numbers are horrible. Maybe I can reach out to her and tell her, hey, have you thought to do this and this and this? I mean, you don't have to be friends with someone to tell them something, right? If you can see that there is a club that's suffering, or you can see that there is a female sports player at your university, you can see that she's interested in it, but you're not trying to help her out, you're not trying to advise her, you're not trying to tell her anything. And with a lot of things when it comes to change and education, as much as we want to do these things, you must also welcome critique. You know, at the end of the day, it's not nice to be told, your numbers suck. You need to do something different. You need to rebrand yourself. You need to be consistent with your content. Some people are not willing to hear the hardcore facts of turning yourself into a brand like that. It takes consistency. It takes work. So along with education as well, we must also be welcoming to hearing certain things that we may not want to hear, which is that we need to work harder on certain things, and we can see that there's a space that's lacking that we now need to fill. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you so much for being a lovely audience.
You know what, as our panel stays on stage, actually, I think we should give them another round of applause, please. And you know what? I'm going to implement exactly what Adelaide said. So please, everyone take out their phones. My numbers on social media suck. So can everyone follow me? Because I'm doing something about it. Okay. It's itumeleng_banda. Please. Please. Assemblief. Just as we near to the end of our program, I just have a few gifts to give out. If your handle on Twitter is, let me just find it, at its, I hope I said correctly, Fautuma, at its _ Fautuma. Come on, Queen. If you're wondering, okay, so she was our most active person on Twitter that I found, and she gets herself a book from Anastasia, who's on stage, and it's The Gentleman's Mama. So enjoy reading. I did promise that I was also going to give out another one, so I've got 2 more left, okay? So this one is going to go to our most active person within the audience, and that goes out to Koli there at the back. Someone of Sugu. Hi. Did you guys follow me? Yeah, please implement, please, please, please. Okay, so as we near the end of our program, you're gonna see me like probably 2 more times, don't worry, I'm almost done. We're gonna have a vote of thanks right now. It's going to be by Pilasanda Muvevi, and she is the Director of Competitive Sport at the Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. Please give her a round of applause.
Afternoon. I didn't want to do this, but anyway, thank you so, so much. I think my job is very, very easy. Madam, can you please come through yourself, Itumeleng? I wanted to start with her because she's been the Vega that has held us, through, and she's shown her star today, and you kept this ship going, and you've navigated us to now. So, Itumeleng, you joined actually a team of, and they all joined us before they were big names. What's her name? Mpoma Boy then, she's married now. Spiwe Dludlu, Mbali Nkosi, Lindiwe Dube, Miss Munira Ramatula, and now we honor you as being, one of the MCs that have kept this dialogue going. So thank you so much, Sissy. Thank you so much. I think she thought we were such cruel people who would not give her these gifts that everyone else was getting. To VUT, we know we pushed you hard from where we were when we came to do the venue inspection to where we are, this beautiful venue that gave this dialogue the honor that it has. Thank you so much for being open to our demands. We do so because of all these ladies and gentlemen that are sitting here. We want to see them sitting comfortably, enjoying the discussions. And I think you've given us the best of your venues. For so, thank you. May you extend what you've done for us to many more other organizations out there. So thank you so much to the executive management of VUT for availing this venue for us. Our speakers, Jean-Marie, through the Gauteng Sports Confederation, you came, you also became part of the team, although socially distanced, but you provided some of the great names that we had today, some of the great speakers that we had today. So thank you. We will be forwarding your name to many of the questions that we're going to get, because we know after this, these ladies are going to be asking questions, and I think we will avail your contacts so that they can be assisted. Mam Dora, we always say we don't go for the popular ones. We go for the ones that have not been made popular. For that reason, you showed us today. Your story has inspired so many ladies. I think many did not know that you can do what you did. In fact, you started athletics at age 26. I mean, these days, that age is not doable, but that's what you did. And you maneuvered during the times when, it was very difficult for Black women to do so. So thank you for telling us your story. I hope one day you do pen it down, whether it's through social media, we've got ladies here who can help, or traditional media. There's someone there who has done so. So thank you so much for your words of wisdom. All the best with all your endeavors. And thank you so much once again for gracing us. To our moderators, I'll start with the one that is here, Matselane, Dr. Kokezo, as well as Ms. Monira Ramatula. Thank you so much. I think you worked with us so well. We changed things last minute, but you were able to be dynamic. You were able to work with the crowd that we worked with today and empower a lot of, and get them to talk beyond what we were expecting. So thank you so much to our moderators and our panelists, the experts that we had. Thank you so much. I can't name all of you by name, but can we give them, the moderators and the panelists, once more again. We were supported by our local sporting council from Mid-Vaal and Sidibeng. Thank you so much. So to answer the second last lady, I think she got the reward for being the most popular one. Your question touched us so much in that you critiqued, and then at the same time you indicated that your being here is actually being met halfway. And I just want to say we can't do it as government alone. We need to work with each other. Yes, we did buy Tembi's book, and yes, we will be able to provide, but extend, popularize, make sure that others know about it. When you're done with the book, give it to the next person. They might get something out of it. So we try as much as we can as government, but we rely also on collaborations with the Sports Confederation, with private sector out there, and all these organizations that are working with women in sport. So thank you so much for reminding us why we exist and what we should be continuing to do. We will always make sure that we think why when we're sitting in our cozy offices, so our former MEC used to say, but we remember that there are people on the ground that are supposed to be benefiting out of what we do. So thank you so much for reminding us. To our support, I'm not alone. There's 2 managers in the department within the Sports and Recreation. I am flanked by my colleague, Ms. Marisa Rose. So those are the 2 females that are running Sports and Recreation. So whatever you want to ask me, she's also here. It shows we are being practical about the support. She knows if she's not here for me or I'm not there for her, we are not able to do such initiatives. They don't gain the most popularity, but we know that we've done what we can. So when I am looking for participants, her team is there available for us. Yes, we do have other support in school sport and recreation. Those are the 4 directorates that we have. And thank you so much. We know there are teachers around. We know there are learners as well. And we know there's recreations, the fitness colleagues that we work with. We try very hard to make sure that we collaborate with one another. The African, proverb that I came across says, the fact that you have 2 feet does not mean you can climb 2 trees at the same time. One works with a team. I know I drive them for excellence. You were meeting them outside, and today we were led by Bundle. And I'd like to thank them. We did not know what this event was going to be like. It's our first after COVID, if you may. But it's been such a great event, and I think the fact that they came on board to make sure that we deliver the excellence that we think we've done, we know we've got more to do. I just wanted to thank all the support that we've received from the other units, communications, library, the corridors, the South Corridor, who's our hosting corridor. Thank you so much. I know I might have left some, but please do not think we don't value your support. As the department, I think each and everything that you do, as a participant, as a coach, as an athlete, as an administrator, is very important. And we hope you leave today empowered. We thank you for empowering us. And we look forward to the next one. We were listening. I assure you we were listening. And we will endeavor to deliver most of the things that you are pushing us to do as government. So thank you to each and every one of you, even the people that were providing the service. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Le kamoso. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pila. This is the last time you see me, I promise. I promise. Just one last question for the last book that I have. What was the theme for today's dialogue? Yes? Yes, yes, yes. We're there. Does anyone else have it? Yes? Yeah, the full phrase. Hi guys, I'm missing a word. What industry are we all in? So? There we go. Come up. The theme was building her resilience for a new normal in the sports industry. So when you think of the 6th edition of the Gauteng Women in Sports Dialogue, please do remember that. Please do remember that theme, and may it be a conversation that continues and doesn't just end within these 4 walls. Let's continue. I think right now, because we all have social media at our disposal, let's use social media to continue the conversation. Let's educate others. I mean, as Xoli said, that yes, this was very beneficial to us, but what difference are we making if we don't continue with the conversation? I just want to say thank you so much to you all for being a fantastic audience. Give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much to our partners. Thank you so much for VUT for hosting us. And thank you so much to the Department of Sports, Culture and Recreation for giving me an opportunity. I think this was so much fun. My name is Itumeleng Khosikgadi, and as we do depart, I hope that you're all safe. And also, may you be resilient in every single thing that you do. Get home safely.